stress when I'm stressed.
Yeah.
So there's that. And I've just had a really rough couple of days. Like, I had to take my daughter out yesterday. She knew something was up as soon as she got in the car. And I don't know if it's just my system seems to be overloaded. So everything is
Yeah.
like, I just feel like I don't have patience
Mm.
or,
I was yelling at someone
or,
today. I was like,
um,
what's going
the
on?
smallest things are really like
Yeah.
like setting me not in an, I just, I just feel like I've had like a really, like it's just, and I know I really haven't. Like nothing really has happened, but I feel like I'm bumping into things, I'm breaking things, I'm forgetting things, things are happening. Like we just had a floor flood and we just had, um, I was trying to do something so neatly today and I was being so careful and it was creating like this big mess and I don't understand how that was happening. And yesterday, the same thing when I was driving. It was just like, what? And I know that's not the case. Like, none of this normally would fizz me at all. And I don't know if it's just because I'm just overloaded or I just don't have the patience to deal with anything and I don't want to.
Yeah.
And I don't want to.
Yeah.
And yesterday I got up and or was it the day before? It might have been the day before. I got up and I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I sat on the couch for like three
Yep.
hours, not listening to music. I tried, I didn't want to. I tried to listen to
Yeah.
a video, I couldn't. I tried to turn on the TV, didn't want it. And I just sat here, sat on the couch in the room, doing nothing, just sitting on the couch, just completely beside myself. Not crying or anything, just sitting there, like just numb. Like, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to think about anything. I don't want, like, okay, I'm gonna be real honest here. Okay. Okay, so I know we talked about the addiction thing before. Okay, so I haven't smoked in 3 days. That just went out the window. Um, I knew when I started, and again, I really don't know why I did. I really don't. Like, if I really try to pinpoint why, it doesn't make any sense, right? I just know I had been having nudges, and then just one day I just said, fuck it. Just fuck it. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And I knew it might be, not might be, I knew it was a really bad mistake because I know how that has trailed off before. And every time it's been a really bad problem, worse than the time before. So
Mm.
I was, I had a miracle the last time. That was a miracle. And I knew when I had my very first, it wasn't going to last. It was not sane. I knew it wasn't going to last. And a couple of weeks went by and I knew it was coming to an end because I could feel it. I wasn't doing anything. And it didn't have a hold on me like it did before. And then 3 days ago, I was having a smoke and I just thought this is not the answer. I don't know
Mm.
what the answer is, but this is not it. And I don't want this. I don't want this. And it's actually making things worse. And for me, this is how I'm going to chalk it up to that experience because I've never had that experience. I'm going to chalk it up to the experience. Go to bed. Yeah, I love you. Have a good night. Um, but I'm going to chalk it up to that I know what I am and what I'm beyond that. And I knew I was beyond that. And I think that's why it couldn't grab me
Mm,
like it did before. And I think
mm,
that's why I did not like it. Right.
yeah.
And, um, and I knew it wasn't the answer to what I don't know, but I just knew that wasn't it. It wasn't the way. And one day I was just having a smoke and I had tried in a couple of weeks to come off. It wasn't really working, but it wasn't really not. And one day I just said that evening before I went to bed, I set an intention. I said,
Yeah.
tomorrow I'm really going to intend to not touch it. And um, I did a little prayer and I went to bed and I got up in the morning and I was fine. It's like I never
Mm,
touched it.
mm,
Never had a craving, never wanted it. Neither the next day. My husband has even smoked in front of me. No, it's like I never touched it for about 2 weeks. Today, nothing. I just don't want it. I just don't.
yeah.
It's not the answer. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the answer to what. I don't know. But then yesterday and today, I'm really struggling. I'm even struggling watching videos. It's like I have absolutely no attention span.
Mm,
Even if I try really, really hard, it's like
yeah.
my attention and my focus just can't happen. And it's like it's shut down or something. So even
Yeah.
like watching set songs or I try to I tried to do a statement process. I've tried writing and I've started, it's lasted a couple of minutes and then I can't do this. Like it's not, I can't do this. It's where I don't know what to say. I'm fumbling. It's not like before. Something feels really off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like nothing's coming together, even my practices, other than the time challenge. And I even noticed today when I was doing the time challenge, I was struggling a little bit. And I showed up yesterday for my one-on-one with Elaine. We did our thing, and then we talked about what I've been going through. And at least I showed up for that. And then last night with Louise, I showed up, but I kept my camera on because I was just crying and I didn't want to bother everybody's um, uh, time. So I just kept my camera off. But man, it was even just so hard focusing, like the attention. I don't know what's going on. And then, but I stayed. And then I really haven't cried today, but I really haven't done anything today. I've sat on the couch. I tried to watch videos. I tried to meditate. I tried to do a guided meditation. I tried to write something. It was like, I don't know what's going on. And then today I was like, I don't know if it's because I'm having these issues, but I thought, I just feel so done with everything.
Mm,
It's like, I don't really have anything on my plate, but I feel like I have everything on my plate. And I feel like there's a part of me today that was saying, just quit it all.
mm,
Stop practice. Stop sex songs. Leave the group. Leave Ellie. Leave everybody and just go into some hidey hole.
Yeah.
Um, Forget the teachers, forget the teachings, and just be a vegetable.
Mm.
And and I can't. I say that
Yeah.
I can't. I keep trying.
Yeah.
Something keeps trying. Something won't give up, but something in me, there's something in me that says, just forget all of it. Forget everything. Forget your problems. Forget practice. Forget your person. Forget your fucking beingness. Forget life. Just I, I
Yeah.
don't know what's going on here. And as I'm talking, as I'm saying all this, I know this is not me. I know this is just experiences and feelings and sensations and thoughts.
Yeah.
And what I am can't leave itself. It can't quit.
Right.
It can't do anything. And no matter what this body mind thinks or says or does not affect what I am. And that's never
Yeah.
going to get away because I can't step outside of myself and I can't step closer to myself. So that's not going anywhere. And it can't because even when I say those things, then all of a sudden I have these moments of openness
Hmm.
and peace and no thinking. And I just kind of been relishing in those moments when they've been coming instead of trying to push myself into all of this stuff because it really feels like, even though I keep trying, it really feels like if I push the issue too much, it's going to feel like I'm trying to do something, like I'm
Yeah,
trying to get rid of something,
for
and I
sure.
wanted to talk to Louise a little bit about that yesterday because I don't know what to do with that. And I don't know. Like the only thing I wrote down yesterday was I did manage to write a couple of things because I was just fed up. So I just wrote a couple of things I had been slewing through the thought process. So there was this was yesterday. These were just some scribbles I wrote down. I wrote down maybe I'm the noose around my husband's neck, meaning maybe I'm his problems and he'd be better off without me. Um, I'm a failure as a provider, a mother, a wife, a daughter, at practice, and at life in general. I can't fix any of these issues. I can't fix anything. I don't know what to do, and I don't know what needs to be done, and I don't even know what I need, like me personally. I wrote down, I can't do this anymore. I'm so tired of suffering, barely getting by, no matter what no matter what. I'm so tired physically, emotionally, and mentally. I have nothing to offer anymore. At least that's how it feels. I feel empty.
Yeah.
And I also have this thing where I've been having thoughts of, and you're going to teach people? You can't even be consistent. What are you going to teach people? You're going to
Mm.
show them how to be inconsistent, how to fall apart. Um, And then I've been having things like still this shame,
Yeah.
embarrassment, deep sadness, aloneness. And then I feel tight and contracted in the body, and the body feels stressed. Obviously, it's showing me those signs, and overwhelmed. Like I even feel like practice is overwhelming me. Like even my
Yeah,
practices
I
are
get that.
overwhelming me. You know what I mean? Like, um, and then again, as I say those things, the first thing that comes to my mind is who's overwhelmed
Hmm.
and who feels lost and who don't know what to do. And when I look, I can't find anybody. I can't find a separate person with these problems or that's separate to everything or I really don't know what the hell is going on here.
Yeah. Um, I was having similar thoughts today because I've had um similar feelings of just not um not really knowing how to function and feeling in that like in between place of I know I'm not a doer and I can't do anything. Um, and yet there's this desperate need to do something because I'm not happy. Life feels intolerable, it feels like how does life become tolerable again? And there is that feeling of just being sick of it, not really knowing where to turn. And
I thought too, like while you're talking, maybe you thought of this too. I thought this was a thought today, actually. I hear that teachers say that practice is really good at first, and at some point in time, I think Patty Shanti actually talks about this, and Rupert does about at some point in time, practice is going to become a distraction, and they're going to start to fall away
hmm,
because they need to, right? At some point. And today I thought to myself, do I have to do 50,000 practices every day for the rest of my life?
I've had that thought.
Like, really? Like, for the rest of my life, however long that is? Like, really? Is that, in some ways, almost feels like another job?
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know what to do with that either. And I don't have any answers, and I can't find any. Um, and like you, I don't know what this is. I feel like I'm in some sort of limbo land and I'm going numb. I feel like something here is going very, very numb.
Yeah.
I even thought yesterday about you. I thought I have these two buddies, and I need to leave these challenges because I'm going to affect them, how
Hmm.
I'm perceiving, and how I'm going to start affecting them. And I think today is there was a noticing of the thoughts more.
Because that is just a thought. I know it feels really compelling. You know, I've had things come up too that I thought were resolved, which is that it just feels um it feels like I released a lot of stuff and was feeling really grounded and then
Mhm.
it's just like kind of comes back. And I mean, I did not get dressed today. I um changed my pajamas before getting on this call. That was my getting dressed today, was at least I'll put on clean pajamas before talking to Tanya. It's like um I'm really having trouble focusing, and because my work requires focus, it just feels like
I
that.
just don't have it. It's not there.
Yeah, for real. It's and there's a lot of frustration, a lot of sense of yeah, just not being sure where to turn. Um, and I know the tendency is to hyper focus on the things that feel shitty, it's just the nature of um how our energy operates as human beings. It has that tendency to just spiral down. And like I'm just having that come up again, that seeing that there's something here that actually doesn't even want to there I really want to feel better, but I know that I have tools that could help with that, or and there's just this feeling of like resistance, I guess, of just there's no point. It doesn't um it doesn't feel like it makes a difference. It's more disappointing when it doesn't make a difference. So it's better to not do anything. Um, there's been a lot of emotion surfacing as well. But yeah, I mean, I've just been trying to notice it. There's a lot of like I'll do conscious imagining for a couple of days and then it'll just feel completely insane. It'll feel like you can't even get dressed every day. Like you're not even going outside. Like how are any of these things going to happen um if you can't even do the bare minimum, and you can't focus, and can you feel too afraid to talk to people and things like that. So, something did land watching that video of Helen's last night that Louise
Hmm.
played for us, where there was kind of this sense of like, I remember how hard this was for me to believe at first. There was a lot more resistance. There used to be a lot more resistance. The idea that everything is already working out for our highest good. That's what, remember in the abundance challenge, that was sort of a predominant theme, was the idea that the highest good wants to manifest already, and it's really our um, attention going again and again on what feels like it's being experienced now, that feels really unpleasant and difficult, and it's just being extremely challenging to see past that, and to not have the attention keep returning to that because it feels shitty. And it's like you know I I was thinking about it earlier today, like I just want to be able to accept things. I want to be able to, like, in the you know I mean, it's feeling like that again, where like I didn't do conscious imagining today because I wasn't feel like you're supposed to already feel good to do it. And I was like, I don't know how to make myself feel better if I knew how to do that. Like that's what I want to imagine. It's just feeling okay, just feeling like life isn't this intolerable burden. So I do think it's just stuff clearing out of the system. I think it gets worse before it gets better. I think that is
Mm.
how it works. This feeling of
Normally
total,
I can like pinpoint something,
yeah.
but I can't. I can't
Eh,
pinpoint anything. I just feel overwhelmed, overloaded, and I just want everything to stop. Like absolutely everything to
Yeah, I
just
mean,
oh
I've I've described it before as the feeling of wanting to crawl out of my own skin because it's just a feeling like what you were saying earlier about like I can't do anything. I can't watch a video. I can't even scroll on my phone. Like I literally can't do
no.
anything. Like everything feels intolerable and I'll feel it in the system and I don't know what to do with it. Um,
Yeah, it's like I don't
and
I'll do the same thing. I'll start looking at stuff. It's like, I don't want to do this. It's like it's
yeah,
aggravating. And then I'll
yeah,
turn on the TV. Today I think I tried once or twice. And it's like a movie started playing, and then all of a sudden I was up doing a couple of things. And it's like, oh, the movie. Oh, fuck the movie. I don't even know
yeah.
what the movie's about. I didn't even watch the movie. You know what I mean? It was like, what? Again, listening to music. I try. No, it's like I don't want it. Some here is like I don't want this. Like it's
Yeah,
annoyed. It's like just
yeah.
shut it off, put it aside, and then I just sit there. I'm just gonna sit there and do nothing, veg forever. Like
Well, and that's what the
what?
mind.
What is this?
Well, and I think that is part of it is we are used to figuring these things out with the mind or feeling like we're figuring things out with the mind, and that doesn't work anymore. Like we've come too far. Like and so it is an uncomfortable in between place um where I mean, that video last night, it was a reminder of that, of, when Helen described that, of like really facing that, like I actually can't do anything to fix any of these problems. I can't do anything, and for so much of life, it does feel like that. It feel like when you feel like you're a doer and things work out, it like the mind tells a story of like, well, I made that happen. I figured something out and then it worked and I know how to do things and that is dissolving and it's uncomfortable. And the mind will project it out into the future as
Mhm.
like it's always going to be this way. Um, like and that's intolerable. And so I do think it's helpful to notice when that's happening and to it's like that I think it was yesterday we had that time challenge that talked about that there is only the present. If there is no future, it's literally not real. And the mind doesn't understand that. Like the mind is very obsessed with the future. It's very obsessed with the past and the future. That's all it knows. And so that willingness to see that and to question that story of like, well, is this what it's going to be like now? Because I can't do this, and that's totally legit. Like I said that like so many times because it really does feel intolerable. It feels absolutely intolerable. But then like that's happened enough at this point that it's like I do think that the stories of the mind start to dissolve, even those ones that are the most compelling, and it does become clear of like, okay, this actually in this moment where I'm just taking a breath, then I just have to take another breath and I just have to take another breath. And that's literally just happening on its own. And I'm just watching it happen. And it's not like I suddenly feel better. It's not like I suddenly feel good, but it's at least chipping away at that story of like this is completely intolerable and I'm not going to be able to live life anymore.
Hmm.
Um, because that actually is an assignment that the mind is giving itself that it can't fulfill anyway, you know. It's um so I mean it's super challenging. I had these, you know, I've had shifts where it really felt like things were getting better, and I would have this idea of like, well, I'm really going to be able to be involved in the Sangha now. I'm going to be able to take walks. I'm going to be able to do yoga again. Like, I'll have the energy to do that for a few days, and then it'll kind of fall apart again. Um, so honestly, at this point, I'm focusing on self-love. I'm focusing on like literally writing down like I can because I'm so fucking sick of hating myself. I'm so sick of feeling like I'm screwed everything up and I've done everything wrong and I failed at life, and it's just I've seen where that leads. It leads to worse and worse feelings until it really does feel completely intolerable. Um and if I you know, I don't, it's hard to feel good about myself when I'm not succeeding at anything, when it doesn't feel like anything is getting better, you know? Um, but I feel like the challenge there is to find, um, acceptance, self-acceptance, even if it does mean um, don't take a shower or get dressed or do anything productive or barely work. I only worked a couple of hours today and it was just doing the bare minimum, you know. But so so this morning I just started writing, I love myself even if I don't do spiritual practices. I love myself even if I believe thoughts. I love myself even if I don't go anywhere or do anything. I love myself even if I'm just not getting it. I love myself even if I stay up too late. I stayed up till 1:30 last night scrolling on my phone for no good reason at all. Um, I love myself even if I feel bad. I love myself even if I don't feel like doing anything. I love myself even if I don't know anything anymore. I love myself even if there is resistance. I love myself even if I don't want to take a shower or get dressed. I love myself even if I wake up in the morning and don't even want to get out of bed. I love myself even if I don't know how to love myself. I love myself no matter how I look, how I feel, what I say, or what I do. I love myself no matter what. Um, and I still didn't have the greatest day. I still didn't get dressed. I still didn't do anything productive. Um, but I plan to do that every day. I plan to keep doing that. I plan to keep returning to that. Like um I know that has to be the way forward. Like I can't keep judging the way that I'm showing up. Like I can't keep feeling like um that it depends on how well my spiritual practices are going or what weight I am or whether I have any friends or I'm just like I just can't do it anymore. Like,
I even wondered that yesterday. I thought when I was, contemplating dropping out of all of this, everything, right? And I thought to myself, don't you think it's awful odd that you're 51 years old, you don't have any friends? Where are your friends? You hang out with your daughter and you hang out with Ellie. Where is anybody else? Why do I not have any friends? I was thinking, people seem to really like me, and I've had friends throughout my life, but this is how it's worked. I'll have a friend, they'll be a really good friend for a time, and then all of a sudden, nothing bad, just for some reason, it just, life is life. And
mhm,
I usually only have like one friend at a time, which I prefer. I kind of get overstimulated. There's too many people in a group, and I have to
sure.
commingle with too many people. I've even found that with my kids. I think we talked that before in the past. I prefer like one on one or, you know, something like that. But I thought, why don't we have friends? Where are they? That, that's not normal for somebody not to have any friends. To
Oh,
like, this is just stuff I was thinking about yesterday. Is
yeah.
like, just being curious to why is that? Like, just not even really just blaming myself, but it's like, why is that? Or I don't know, even at my job, like I have people that I get along with really, really well. And I consider them friends. I think I've had three people at my work, right? That I would consider a friend and that we get along enough. I would like to go for a coffee or do something with them, right? And I don't know how many times I have mentioned that. And I don't know how many times people all said, yeah, sure, or whatever. And then it never, ever happened. And I thought, why? What, what, what's going on here? And there's no answer to that. I can't get an answer to that. I don't know. It's just, I like people, you know, I just don't understand. And it's not that I haven't had any. It's like they have come in and they've gone, and they've come in and they've
Yeah.
gone. Like and like I said, nothing's has happened. Like some of them have been longer, and some of them have been shorter. And usually, it's only like again, it was usually only one person in my life at a time. But I don't know. It's kind of bizarre to me. And so this just came up out of curiosity. You know, Ellie, even as I write all this stuff, like, and I know it feels shitty because it makes me cry when I read it. You know what I mean? But when I read, I'm so tired of surviving and barely getting by no matter what I do. That's been my whole life. But Have I always been surviving? No. Does it
Hmm.
seem that way? Does it feel like that at the moment? Yes.
Right.
But have I always been surviving? No. I've had lots of periods in my life where, for short periods of time, it's been, you know, it's been good.
Yeah.
Or they, I don't have nothing to offer with anyone or offer anyone. There's no person here that needs to offer anything to anyone. However, I know that's just coming from a feeling of I don't know what to do with myself right now,
Yeah.
right? So I don't feel like I can contribute. Or
Yeah.
a lot of this comes down to my finances. Believe it or not, all of this is coming down to my finances at the moment because it's like when I say I'm a failure as a provider, that was my very first one, right? I do feel that way. I feel like I am a failure as a provider because I can't provide for my family. You know what I mean? Or as a mother. My daughter called me last week. No, it might have been, they were on the weekend. Actually, I think it was, and she was in between jobs and her paychecks were getting all screwed up. And me and Matthew help her out with food and stuff when we can. And she called me and she had nothing. And she wasn't getting paid for 2 more days. And she, me and Matthew, when we cook, we usually bring her some leftovers or whatever, just to make sure she's eating properly, right? She's on some pretty serious medication, so that's not good for her not to have food and stuff, right? Um, and when she called and asked, she said what she did say was, if you and Matthew call supper today, could you bring me a couple of, we call it takeout, like homemade takeout? And we had nothing ourselves. We had we have very little here, let me tell you. Like it's empty. Um, and we really had to scrounge to put something together just for him. And we did manage to make her 2 meals. And I did because I'll be damned if my daughter's not eating. I'm gonna eat first. I'm her mom. Like I can't help my children. I couldn't even give a foot properly because we didn't have any. I can't even tell you how that made me feel. I haven't seen my son in so long. And if he were to call me up and go, Mom, do you think we can get together and just go for a coffee for a couple of hours or something? I would be able to. And, as far as a wife goes, like my husband is stressed out at the moment too. It's just affecting his work. He's missing a lot of work, which is also stressing me out because he's not able to help me at the moment because I'm not working and he's my help in paying rent. And if he's not going to work because he's so stressed, where are those funds coming from if he doesn't have them either? Right? And that's what the end of this month that's coming is going to be a big problem because he can't help me and I can't help him. And we don't have what we need, right? And so I feel like a failure as a wife. And there's a lot of bedroom dysfunction that I wish was not there.
Yeah.
And that makes me feel like a dysfunctional wife. And there's nothing I can do about that. I've always been that. I don't know why. Um, and it doesn't bother me unless I'm with somebody because it's a problem for them at some point, and I can't fix it. And my dad is really, really sick. He's got cancer. He's been receiving treatments, and every time after he's had his treatment, he ends up in the hospital, really, really, really sick. And every time that happens, it's harder and harder for him to recover. And um, as a daughter, I feel like I'm failing because I don't call home hardly anymore. Before it was because I was wrapped up in practice and I had things here and my own kids. And, you know, um, I started making a point of, calling my dad before work in the mornings, but I'm not working. I haven't been working for months and I don't get up at that time in the morning anymore. And so that time that me and dad had isn't happening. And I feel like I would feel really shitty if something happened to my dad and I have barely called him in the last, you know. So I feel like a shitty daughter, or because I can't be consistent with practice. It's like it comes and then it drops off, and then it comes and then it drops off, and then it's really
Yeah.
consistent, and then I don't know what happens. And Helen talks about, and I've heard other people talk about, this desire to want to do practice because it feels so good, right? But, and that is true. Some of it does feel really good. Like contemplation was feeling really good. But again, this all feels like another job. There's so many. Like I can't keep up all the time. It feels impossible to keep up to all these practices and still function, you know?
Yeah.
And when I said that feel like failure at life, I feel like, well, because I've struggled my whole life. I've lived hand to mouth my whole life. There's been some really, really scary times in my life because of not having what I need. And I see other people that are doing just fine. And I don't know how come I can't have that? I'm not asking for much. I don't want to go traveling around the world. Okay, sure, it'd be great. Have this, that, and the other thing. I just want the necessities, man.
Yeah.
I don't want a yacht, fancy car, giant. I just want to not have to stress about it. I want to be able to go to coffee. I want to be able to have food in my fridge. I want to be able to pay the rent and put gas in the car and have the amenities that this body needs. And it's not a lot to
Yeah.
ask for. It's just what's stopping that from happening. Like, I don't understand. Here I am again. It seems like when it can't get any worse, it gets worser. And now we're like at the worst, or my health is the worst it's ever been. My
Yeah.
finances cannot get any worse. The next stage is, I don't even want to think about that. That is the next stage. There is no other stage if something doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And again, something in me does not, I want to live and feel good and have what this body needs, enjoy some things in life. And I don't want to be doing 50,000 practices a day. I don't.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't want to have to do 3 to 4 practices in the morning and 3 to 4 practices in the evening and squash them all together so I can get them all done, or, because at some point I'm going to be working again and that will be the only time. And then that's my life. Practice, work, practice, sleep. Practice, work, practice, sleep. Practice, work, practice, sleep, and fit in my kids and anything else that needs to get done in between. Um, I
Yeah.
don't want to live like that. That's not a life. And we're only here for a short while. That doesn't even make any sense to me. And I sat down the other day and I was also looking at these again because the shame, the guilt, embarrassment is still all coming up. Jealousy, that's in there, that's in the mix too now. Again, and I know I can't do anything about these, they're just arising. They're being seen. And then I thought, okay, I want to go deeper into this shame, right? Let's go deep into this shame. It keeps coming up. Let's go deep in there. See what's hiding underneath this shame because it keeps coming up. And every time I try, nothing. It's like I go blank, or I can't
Mm,
focus, or something starts to come and then it's gone. And then there's like too many things, and it's like, oh, I don't even. This is not working. This is not. I don't know how many times I've tried to do that. It's like it's not happening on my own at the moment. And I can't expect, like Elaine yesterday was saying, there's the sound gap. Reach out. You're not alone. Reach out, ask for teachers. But I feel like, is it really a good thing to have to rely on teachers to hold your hand and walk you through everything every time? If I can sit down with Elaine, and even though it was hard, right, and have meditation with her, right, and how come at the moment I can't sit down myself? Why do I need somebody to hold my hand? Why do I need somebody to hold my hand through self inquiry or contemplation or shame or whatever else? Why can I not do that for myself with my pen and my paper? I don't know. I don't really don't know, Ellie, what is going on here. And And again, like you were saying, there is no separate person here to fix it. Yes. Realistically, it's just the mind saying there's a problem. Realistically, there's a worry about something that's 2 weeks in the future, right? But there is no future. And as I say that, I say, yeah, but my landlord it tells me different. My landlord tells me they're real. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
um, but what do I do? And I don't know what to do. So again, I sit because now I can't even distract myself. I sit like a lump on a log, just sitting there going, I can't do nothing. I can't fix nothing. I don't know what to do. I don't even know what I want. I don't even really know what the problem is. And I just like a vegetable. I I really don't know. It seems like me and you really just don't know. And I just don't.
Yeah. And I know that feels terrible. Um,
Like I told yesterday when I was out with my daughter, I'll tell you something that happened because this has been a thing for me since I can remember. I don't know why it is so ingrained in me or why it has always been so ingrained in me, but it has. Maybe it's because I have lived so close to the cusp my whole life that, especially on my own, right? Um, Becoming homeless is a very big problem for me. Like, I am terrified at becoming homeless. And in our area where you never used to see them, they everywhere with homeless people. Like, and it seems like they're growing by a month. And yesterday, me and my daughter were driving down a really busy road and I've been there, I go there all the time. And there was like these, I don't know, there was like this thing happening on the side of the road that was kind of disrupting the traffic a little bit. And there were like three trucks and there was like all this stuff in there. This is kind of like an old railway road, right? That's been vacant. So there's no tracks there anymore. They've been removed. But the land that's cleared where the tracks used to be is still there, right? And she goes, "What is that?" And I said, "Jerry, what is that?" And it was like all this stuff, right? And then these three cars almost looked like they were blocking off the road or something. And then I slowed the car down and I looked and I went, oh my gosh. And this is somewhere I go every week, twice a week. So I've never seen this before. This was new. That hole, as far as I could see, homeless people took up that and they lived there. They had tents, like tarp tents. It's like a community,
mm,
as far as I could see. And
wow.
as soon as I saw that, the panic inside of me
Mm,
just gripped me. And I looked at Jerry and she just looked at me and my eyes were so big. And I went, oh my God, that's like a homeless village. Where did that come from? She goes, I don't know, Mom. I went, did you see how far that reach was? Like that
mm,
was as far as my eyes could see. And she goes, I know. And I went, huh, maybe me and my husband will be living there before long. That was the first thing because that is such a panic to me. And I
yeah.
know in a past life I have been homeless because I did see that once. And so it kind of like even solidified it even more. And um, I can't even tell you the terror that ran through my body when I saw that. because instantly I thought that's going to be sooner rather than later. That's going to be, and that happens to good people through, I don't know why, but it does. You know, people just lose their jobs or have some hard times come up, and here they are, and this is what happens. So I know that that can happen to anyone, and I could be that. I could be that anyone. And I don't know. I don't even know how my finances keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse. I don't even know how that's even possible, but it is. But like something really has to give there. And what is going to give? I don't know because I can't. This person, can't do anything to fix this, and this person, um, there's really nothing that I can see that I can do to get myself out of any of this. And part of me thought, if I'm not doing practices at all, and I'm struggling in that aspect, then how things going to get better?
Mm,
Because I'm not even putting in the time or the effort to even do the practices that will help these sorts of things. And not because they're helping that, it's because they're clearing up in me so that I can see what I actually really am.
yeah.
But if I'm not putting in that time for whatever this is right now, then how is that? Do you see where I'm going with all this?
Yeah.
I feel really confused and lost,
Mm,
or in limbo, or both. And nothing out there, there's no out there, is going to give me the answers for that. Nothing out there, because there is no out there, is going to fix any of this. And I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with myself.
yeah. I know. It is limbo. That's the thing is that um you've seen who you are, um and it's so understandable. I'm in the same place of wanting to see that be reflected in life. Like, it was helpful when I totally understand not being able to watch videos because I've been there myself, but
It's like
that
my
video,
attention span just isn't there.
yeah,
It's like it's flighty or something.
yeah,
I can even be looking at the screen and my brain just goes completely blank. And then it was like, wait a minute, where did I go there for a second? Oh, and then I'll rewind it and then I'll make an effort. And I think, yesterday and today I did that. I must have rewound the same video
Yeah.
maybe 20 times. And the attention span, no matter how hard I tried, just didn't come. And it was like eventually I just gave up and it's like, what is this? Why?
Well, I mean, it is actually, you asked earlier, like, why can't I do this on my own? And this is actually one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons why it is helpful to have a group of people on the path, because the way our unconscious mind works, it is self-protective in a way that's not actually helpful when it comes to deepening our awakening. It actually tries to prevent it from happening. It tries to prevent us from seeing what we need to see, feeling what we need to feel in order for these energies to move and in order um for it to be released, for these energies to be released, you know. Um it's it's not um you know, it's like in Christianity, they have Satan, you know, the idea of like there's someone, there's like an active force of evil that's like trying to get you to sin and trying to tempt you. And obviously, that's not actually what it's very dualistic, obviously, but something like that is happening, something like that in the sense um that there is an opposing force in a way, you know, and it's us. Like that's the
Yeah,
thing, it's not the Christianity like projects it out there and it has to be this like because it's so dualistic, you know,
yeah.
but
It's actually us.
it is us, and it's actually not evil and it's not bad and it's not wrong. It is just a program that runs, but it is unconscious. Um so it feels it's disconcerting because it feels like, you know, I know that I want to fully awaken to the truth. I know I want to live as that. I know I want to see what needs to be seen. I know I want to feel what needs to be felt. And yet something is preventing that from happening. Um, that video that I sent you on Sunday talks about that. And
I
like
did
I said,
watch those, by the way.
so
I watched them all.
yeah, so um so what Helen talks about in that one video is that we have an intention, but then we have a counter intention, you know, and the intention is saying something like um I want to wake up to the truth. I want to be like Helen, I want to be fully embodying the truth and see the highest possible good manifest. I want to see that everything is love. I want to be love. I want all of that. That is an intense, sincere, earnest intention. But then there's this counter intention, and the counter intention is going to be different for everybody, but it's something like, uh, I can't handle waking up. I'm not good enough for that. Life can't be that easy because then how would I prove my worthiness? How would I, if I'm not working hard, if I'm not proving myself, then all falls apart. Like I can't, like it can't be easy. Um, I don't deserve that. I'm not good enough for that. So that is unconscious and but it's powerful. Like it really does. I mean, believing something unconsciously is as powerful as believing it consciously. Like if we have infinite power as the infinite self, then what we believe is what we will experience. And um, the thing with these unconscious beliefs is it is really challenging to see it on our own because it's literally like, so I looked this video up the other day because I was having shame come up. And it's just like it's like an excerpt from one of the songs, I think, but I just put into YouTube like Helen Hamilton shame because I just wanted to see Helen talking about this particular because I know she's talked about it. And so it was I don't remember what the title of the video was, but the woman who's asking the question, she's exactly what you were describing earlier. She was like, I sit down to do this and it's like I forget what I'm even trying to do, or I sit down to watch a video and I get distracted and I find myself doing something else. And Helen talks about this, about how on an unconscious level, we don't want to face any of this stuff. It feels totally dangerous. It feels totally threatening. It feels like it's going to undo something vital that we don't like. It's, um, but the important thing to understand is it's basically like a computer program that's running. It's not personal. Um, it's not something we're doing on purpose. It's not something we're screwing up or failing at. It's literally just happening on its own. So I was going to actually ask you about this because I've been seeing this also, and I do think it's one of the reasons that Helen encourages for us to have buddies, um, and for us to talk to teachers or to go into the WhatsApp group or whatever, because all of that is helpful um, for seeing what doesn't want to be seen, for seeing what feels like it's going to be, um, like those stories that the mind tells of like, this is a terrible idea. Like, what do you even like, and it'll look different. It'll change. It'll morph it, what the story is, but it's basically like whatever in that moment might be. It felt like it'll just pull out all the stops. It's like whatever I need to do to keep you from shifting this energy, or I mean, it really is like the Buddha sitting under the Bodhi tree, and and Mara sending the army of demons, like an entire army of demons, to try to get the Buddha to move. Like Buddha was sitting there, he's sitting there saying like, I want to know the truth. I want to be enlightened. I'm not going to live in illusion anymore. And Mara is like, who are you to be enlightened, And then he pulls out every possible strategy to try to get the Buddha to move, And I think that's what's happening, is it's like you're more awake than you realize, you're closer than you think, and it's like this is the army of demons. It's
I think so too. Like, I think that has some meat to it because I was having some really deep scenes that were slightly disturbing to the
mm,
mind.
mm,
And again, part of me thinks that the cannabis was self-sabotaging because it doesn't make any. since. There hasn't been cravings. That was gone. There hasn't been any of that. There was no need, really. Even with the stress, I have been under way more stress, and that didn't even come into play. And to even just give into it so easily was weird.
Mm.
And I do think it was like a self-sabotage kind of thing. Um, and it is a miracle that it just, even after 2 weeks, let's say, of use, that it was just that's a miracle. That's never happened in the past, ever,
Hmm.
ever, like ever. So for it just set an intention, wake up the next morning, and it's
Yeah.
done with. That's
Yeah.
3 days later. I'm still fucking shocked. I'm waiting for the shoe to fall, kind of feeling. Like, but
Yeah.
um, so I'm thankful for that. I'll take it.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Because I know what it's been like every other time. So I don't know what happened here either. But I'm grateful. I'm very, very grateful for whatever transpired there. You know what I mean? Um, but you're right. I think that's what that sometimes I think that's what that was a form of self-sabotaging what was occurring, right? And there are also feelings because I did when I was watching that same video you're talking about. Um, I could see, and I have too, and I have also thought, why can't I do practice? Why can't I focus? Why can't I think? Why can't I? Like this makes no sense. It just came out of nowhere, like a whirlwind. Like, and there was this pouring in and pouring out of all this stuff. I don't even know what was pouring out of me, but I could feel it. You know what I mean? Like, and something also was like scared to get what I want because if I get what I want, right? Um, that's living from the unknown place,
Mm.
which technically is what we're already doing anyway.
True.
Technically, you know what I mean? Um,
But the mind thinks it knows.
that's right.
Yeah.
But that would be like living from a place of complete unknowing. And something is uncomfortable about that, right? But
There's something very, very uncomfortable to the mind about that. Like
that's right.
excruciatingly uncomfortable.
Yeah. And not, yeah, I think, that some of this is, a lot of this is, it's resistance and maybe a shield. Doesn't feel like a wall. I know what a wall feels like when I've built a wall around myself. I know what that feels like all too well. That doesn't feel like that. This feels
Mm.
more like I'm shielding myself from something. And I feel like
Mm.
it's from the unknown.
Yeah, that makes sense because I
Because
think
I know I've said stuff
ultimately,
in the past and recently it's like back off. Like
yeah,
back the fuck off. You know what I
yeah,
mean? And it can't. But I've even had in the last couple of weeks that kind of that feeling of like just back off of me for a few minutes. Like
yeah,
I need a minute
yeah,
to process or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe that's why I don't know at the moment. I don't know. But you're right.
yeah. That sense of separation is dissolving more and more, and the mind feels it's it feels like death, it feels like the end. It feels like I'm gonna pull out all the stops. This is survival. Like,
Mhm.
but it is just seen more and more clearly that. um that I'm not my thoughts, I'm not the mind. None of the stories that the mind is presenting are actually true. And I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna stay. I'm not gonna go to the mirage. I'm gonna stay here. And it's like it is really challenging because, you do get to a point where you're like, um, okay, that's as bad as it can be, and then it feels like it's yeah, that gets even worse, It's like um but the system is getting cleared out. That is actually happening. And
Doesn't it feel like the system is filling up more?
it feels like that. I mean, it really does. There's no doubt
I
about that. It
I
feels that
understand what
way.
you're saying. You are correct. It is clearing it out. That it's coming up so it can clear out, but doesn't it feel
I
like
mean,
it's just being bombarded?
I
I can't
know.
even when you said that word, it was like, yes. Yes, that's the word.
I
That's
mean,
the
that's
perfect
why
word,
I always go back to that metaphor of the army of demons because it's so accurate. It feels like that. It feels like a motherfucking army of demons. It feels like it's not it's not something small. It's not something that you can just brush away. It's like this is the last stand. It's like, what are you going to do with
right?
this? Are you
And I
going to
kind of feel like I kind of feel like at the same time, like it's gonna sound weird. But you ever watch like, The Matrix?
I've seen it, yeah.
Okay. So it almost feels like one or two things that's okay, but when you start getting bombarded, it feels like
Yeah.
there's all these bullets coming at me and I'm trying to
Yeah.
dodge every one of them, but there's so freaking many, I don't even know what to do with
Yeah.
myself because there's
Exactly.
too much.
Yeah. No, it's not. I mean, that's the thing. It's
It's like, what do I focus on? There's 50,000 things bombarding me at the moment. There's this. Everywhere I look, there's something. It's like,
I
what am
know.
I supposed to do with all of this?
And it's nothing. The answer is nothing. And that's what
And
feels
even
so
with
fucked up.
practice, like with all that's coming at the moment, it feels like it's coming at me, but it's coming up, right? But I
Yeah.
mean, there ain't enough practices to freaking cover all of this. If I had to cover everything that's coming up right now, like where do
Yeah.
I even start? There's too much. Maybe that's why I'm overwhelmed. I need 50,000 practices. And I have five, and I can't even put those shit together at the moment.
Well, I mean, I know that's the thing. It's
And where do I start? Which one do I start with? You know what I mean?
yeah,
And
I
when I
know.
try, it doesn't work. So, I don't know. I hear people saying that all you need to do is see. That's true. I'm seeing it. That's also not true.
Yeah.
Seeing it only is not enough. You actually do have to go into this shame and whatever else is coming up. Because if you don't get to the root of that, it's just
Yeah.
going to keep circling round and round in multiple different ways. So just
Yeah.
seeing
Well,
is
it's not
really not enough.
I mean, it's like that sad song that Helen did about there's different kinds of seeing, just seeing it with the mind or seeing it consciously, like, no, it's really not enough.
No.
Um, but I do think it deepens to the point where when when you're seeing from the infinite space, when you're seeing as that, um, that is when things shift. And but yeah, it's not it can be extremely frustrating when there's a wanting to be able to just, it's like people will also say you just need to fully feel it and that's enough. And it's like, I am fully feeling it. I'm feeling it. It's not enough. But you know, I think it is, it's like Helen talks about in the Transcending the Mind book. It's like seeing something once isn't enough. It is an onion. The layers have to be peeled back. And it's the way we're operating as, with this like human body mind, it's like we can't see the end game. It's that's the challenge, that's the game. Like it's not for the faint of heart. Like it's not for, you know, um, because it's like what if a huge seeing is literally right around the corner? The mind would have no idea, none. It's 100% focused on what seems to be going wrong. It has no clue at all. So
And it
it's
can't.
it's worth remembering that. It's worth I've been trying to do that. Like, I mean, if all formal spiritual practices go out the window, so be it for a time. That's fine. But like if we can just keep trying to see, like with the abundance and like the abundance challenge, like what is going right? How am I already awake? You've said things tonight even of that. You said that there are moments of silence and
Oh, yes, there's lots of them.
yeah,
Many micro moments, many, many times throughout the day. And I relish those moments. And I'm not doing practice, I'm not making that happen. It's just happening. There are many, many micro moments through the day.
yeah,
Um, and, and which in a way kind of got me into the practice situation. It's like I've heard teachers say that if you're not vigilant,
yeah,
right, that 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 you have to be really vigilant because you can go back to sleep. And um, something here is saying no to that on a big scale. Absolutely not. I didn't come this far to only come this far. And I
right.
haven't even come anywhere. Like, I didn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? This is just language sake.
Yeah,
And today, at one point, when I was vegging on the couch trying to watch a video from Helen, actually, I was trying to rewatch the video from last night because I felt flighty
yeah,
last night. So I thought, I'm going to rewatch it. No, I don't know how many times I had to rewind
yeah.
it,
I've been there too,
all
man.
over the place.
I
And it's like,
totally
no,
know.
it's like if I was meant to get this, I would. Right now, this is not happening. Just shut it down, right? Like, but at one point today, I was sitting here because remember when I told you this was recent and this was shortly, maybe maybe a week before the cannabis happened, that I had this opening. We're going to say it, call it an opening into this. I don't even know. It was right after when the form and the formlessness fell away. I don't know how formlessness falls away, but it
Right.
did, right? But it did. I could clearly see I had ideas and thoughts about formlessness that had developed that had went unseen. They're very small, but nonetheless, there were still some ideas there. and form. We all know what form is, right? But it's almost like I could see the two. And then I had that little, both just went. And what remained then, I to this day have no idea. And I can't even talk about it because I can't. And things have been happening since that happened. I
Yeah.
think that's what the cannabis was about. I think that was the
Mm.
sabotaging thing, maybe. Um, and that has come into the foreground even without practice a lot. This abyss, this
Mm.
abyss of self. That's what I'm calling it because I don't know what else to call it. It's not formlessness. I mean, it is formless, but it's deeper than that. It's deeper than what I thought. And today, when I was sitting, and actually over the last couple of days, as I'm being bombarded with all these thoughts about whatever, um, something else is also still there because, like today and yesterday, there's been this questioning of something coming through, and it's still kind of working itself out. That's why I'm probably having a hard time talking about it. About, I don't know, but I think I've heard it. I think I've heard teachers or somebody or something talk about this middle way,
Mm.
the middle way, like, and
Yeah.
we do that a lot when we're talking about practice and stuff. We keep going like this, right? Well, this to me represents this middle way. But when the two of them fell away and this abyss was there, something lately has been saying, in contrast to all of this bombarding. And I had a really deep seeing of opposites in the past little while, right? I think that's what built up to this abyss thing. And we've talked about that many times. Um, that I started seeing that what we call duality, so everything has an opposite, right? Like the happy, angry, free, bondage, like everything has an opposite in the realm of form.
Mm.
Everything. And something really started to penetrate of there being no opposites. Somehow what was opposite started really coming together, and noticing that even though there was a sense of opposites, actually the fact that there is an opposite cancels themselves out.
Mm.
That's kind of how it came to me. It's like to the senses there's opposites, but in the one true self that I am, now that I see the form and the formlessness, form and formlessness, opposites again, right? When the idea of those are dropped, which is how I got to the abyss in the first place, then to walk through life, as Helen and them say, that there's always going to be a sense of a person. There's always going to be a sense of a doer. There's always going to be a sense that a choice is being made, right? Even there's always going to be this sense. because there's a body, right? And there's a knowing that that is just a sense and it's actually not really real, right? It's just another way where it's being expressed in that moment. Um, but when all of this started to really fall away and opposites of each other kind of came together, and it was like, well, if there's an opposite of this, and they're canceling each other out, there actually is no opposite then, because if you actually drop your label of both and your thoughts of both opposites, then what's in the middle way? The abyss. That's all that's left. Without the opposites, there's just the abyss of what I am. And even today, when some things were coming up, it was like, and I think I, in prayer last night, um, there was an asking, how do I live in the world of opposites and walk the middle way?
Mm.
How do I not get pulled in by the positive or the negative of things? How do I not get pulled in and attached to what I want and what I don't want? Because what I want and what I don't want are actually the same thing.
Mm.
And if there's always going to be a sense of that, as this life is being experienced through this body, then please, for the light of God, help me walk this middle path so that I can see it and know it, and that neither of those opposites are any relevant as I'm walking this path forward. How do I do that? Because I can see, even when I was writing this stuff, that it's not true.
Mm.
There's something that can see and hear and feel like these things are true.
Yeah,
And there is something that is here that knows that that is not the total truth.
that's right.
It is not the total truth. It's just a thought swimming around.
Yeah.
And that's that middle path. That's walking. And again, I'm gonna use form and formlessness because formlessness took on a subtle form
Mm.
somehow. And so form and formlessness to me at the moment is representing all opposites, right? Of each other. But yet here they both are. The abyss that I am, which is actually the only thing that really is real, and the dream of form. And I am both. And that's it. I am both. I am everything. I am that what I don't want. I am what I do want.
Yeah.
I am what is now and the intention that I set for something to be different in the next moment.
Yeah.
So, how do I navigate this life? Or how do I walk that middle path with such clarity that I can be all of this and
Mm.
remain as the self, that abyss that I truly know has no opposite. How do I function as formless form?
Mm.
And that came today and last night in prayer. How do I function? Help me function as formless form, because it's confusing and I don't know what I don't. I can see it so clearly. I had such a seeing of the opposites canceling out each other. And I don't think I've ever heard anybody actually say that, not even Helen. That's just how it appeared to me in that moment, was like, there actually are no opposites. It seems like there are, but there actually is not. Because when all labels and thoughts about the opposites fall away, there's just the middle path. With the formless here, and form here, and I'm here, and here is both. How do I walk as that?
Is that something you need to figure out?
No, but it is something that has started in the last 2 days. Been There's a curiosity around that.
Do you think that the answer maybe can just reveal itself to you without you needing to do anything?
Maybe a part of me goes, well, without practice, it's not going to. And then another, I know that that's just a thought, and I know that's not true. Um, because whether I'm in practice or not in practice, I am still the middle way. I am still that which is everything. I am still what I am.
I think it's
Practice
important,
does not define me, just like thoughts don't define me. They help,
right?
but they don't define what I am.
But I think it's also important to point out that you have not given up your practices. Like you're talking to me right now. You were in Sangha last night. You still are, we're still doing this 30-day challenge. And I just want to point out,
Something can't walk away. It's not going to happen. I can't do
well,
it.
my point is the mind is saying you've given up all your spiritual practices. I'm saying these 30-day challenges are a very powerful spiritual practice. Like, not everybody is doing this kind of practice. These 30-day challenges are designed to dissolve the ego. They're not just like, I'm just gonna sit and meditate and like
No.
and like I'm gonna be spiritual. Like that's fallen away. The seeker has fallen away. These 30-day challenges aren't about being a seeker. They're about dissolving the seeker. So, I mean, it does make it at times things kind of fall away, because it's like they come back more authentically each time. They come back. And as we learned in the Dissolving the Doer Challenge, they just come back on their own. Nobody's making
Mhm.
it happen. Nobody's becoming more disciplined. Nobody's less disciplined. Things are, it's like a tide going in and out. It's just happening. Like at some point it's it does become clear that as much as it feels like, oh my God, there's all this resistance here, like there's all of these unconscious patterns at work, there are all these karmic patterns at work, and that is all true. But does it belong to me? Are they my karmic patterns? Is it my resistance? Am I the one doing the spiritual practices? Am I the one not doing spiritual practices? How would this affect me if I were formless? And that's
Doesn't
what we're
affect
coming
us in
back
any
to.
way, shape, or form.
That's the middle way to come back to that again and again and again. And all of this other chaos can happen. The army of demons can come. It looks really fucking real, but it's not. It just isn't. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's never as real as the Numenon,
Yeah,
that which is not moving or changing. I mean, to wake up to the truth of that in a human body, it's just, I mean, it's gonna look gnarly sometimes, Like it's
mm,
not, it's it's the highest purpose of our soul, the mind is really, really, really convincing that everything is going terribly wrong. And I've been there too. It's come back again and again. I'm sick of it. It's like I'm ready for things to just be easy. I'm ready for things to be the way Helen describes it. And I don't understand why it's not yet. I don't understand. it- But then I remind myself of like it does have to be seen again and again. Um, that is what every sage and saint has done. Um, and the mind will always judge it. The mind will say you're not being vigilant enough. The mind will say, you think you're going to wake up with these spiritual practices? You're delusional, Like I've been there too. Like I've judged, but this is why I'm focusing on self-love right now because it's like, and for a long time, the mind would have had a story about that, like you're not even a person. What is there to love? And it's like something is here showing up, whatever it is, I'm gonna love it and I'm not gonna judge it. Um, Helen says she basically made a deal with Christ. It, she was like, tell me when I'm gonna judge myself, like, show me when that's happening. And she said that there would be like a moment, like a pause where she could see it when it was going to happen because it is so unconscious. Um, and just seeing that, seeing where all of this self-judgment is, seeing where all of this self-rejection is, um, it's the only way to undo the karmic patterns. They don't belong to a person, but they are showing up, they are showing up in this reflection.
mm,
And um they don't last forever though. They do lose their momentum, and um standing as the noumenon, it is all loved. It is seen as myself anyway, but like, so the intention is there to love, to see love, to be love, but then the counter intention, I've seen it come up again and again. Um, but it feels like it's believed a little less each time. It's less compelling each time. It's like, you were saying that earlier, like I can see that this isn't true. I can see that it isn't true.
yeah, yeah.
And I mean, that's what it is. That's not going to the mirage. That's what Gangaji's talking about. That's just staying on the path. It's like I'm not going to eat any more sand. I'm done with it. It's not water. It's never been water yet. It's never quenched my thirst yet. And it doesn't matter how much it looks like water, how much the mind and the senses and everything is saying that's water. Like I know that it's not. So I'm not going to drink it. I'm not going to walk over there. Um,
Mhm.
this is what we're training ourselves to do, you know. It's a training of the attention, the energy to just not go down the same well-worn grooves, you know. Uh,
Mhm.
and in the absolute sense, we are just the noumenon watching that happen. We're not actually doing anything, you know. But there is a deeper seeing of that. There's a deeper and deeper seeing of that. Um, and the stories become less and less compelling. And at some point that we cannot predict and that we will not see coming, there won't be a it'll be in the moment when it feels like it's the absolute worst that it's ever been. Something will shift and it'll never go back to that again. It'll be
Mhm.
over. The capacity to suffer, to believe in suffering, the bottom will drop out. And as that happens, life does shift to reflect that. Problems dissolve, the body heals, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
that is what happens. And I know I've been there too, where I'm like, well, it hasn't happened for me yet, so I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. And I'm just like not going to tell that story anymore. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just
Yeah.
not. And you're
I
not
know when
either.
I was in I know when I was in prayer last week, I I remember also praying for help
Yeah.
to walk this middle path. And I also asked for guidance, you know, for something very similar to what you said Helen asked for. Um, just to let me know, like, let
Yeah.
me know when I'm veering off, like the middle
Yeah.
way. Like, and I remember praying to the everyone, teachers, masters, live, living, dead, loved ones, guardians, whoever is out there
Yeah.
shining light on me here. I
Yeah.
thought, and we've talked about it. I said it again. I don't know how not to survive. I've been doing it for so long that I don't know how to put that down. Help me put it down.
Mm.
I know I don't have to survive it. I know what I am. I know there's no surviving needed here. I know this financial situation is stemming from surviving. It's and I remember, you know, like help me put down this feeling or thought that I need to survive somehow. I went because I don't know how not to survive. And I think that was also part of the self sabotage
Mm.
because Helen talks all the time about things coming her way, you know, before she needs them, whatever. And, you know, other teachers talk about how they're, as a byproduct, like, you know, as a byproduct of knowing yourself, things start to change. right? Um, and I know a few times when things have been mentioned, or even when I have conscious imagined, actually, um, there has been this feeling or thought of, if I get what I want, then how do I keep it? Because
Mm,
the fall from there is going to be so much worse than it is now.
yeah,
And that's my thought. The fall from there is going to be so much worse than it is right now because
yeah,
I will have so much more to lose
yeah.
and I will recover from that,
That's
right?
what conscious imagining has brought up for me too. It's seeing that that's always been there. It's always been there as a self-sabotaging pattern in life,
Yeah.
but
And
it's
I
like,
have seen that. I've seen that
yeah,
especially when I was trying to do that, the conscious imagining last time. I could see that in the last challenge that had come up. I seen that when I've heard Helen and other people talk about things, and it was like that thought
yeah,
had arose really quick, and I saw it, and I think that's part of the fear that if I
yeah,
actually get what I want, then what? And then
yeah,
also, if I don't have to survive anymore, then how does that work?
yeah,
Like that's what's given me my drive my whole life
yep,
is this need to survive, to perform to survive, to prove that I'm worthy to survive, to get what I
exactly,
need. This fed the doer too. Like this fed the
exactly.
doer, this fed everything, this need to survive. And I've
Same
noticed
here.
as of
Yeah,
lately, especially in the last week, especially in the last few days, it was like I don't know how not to survive, but I don't even know what it looks like not to survive. What would that life look like if I didn't have to survive anymore? I don't know that.
yeah. It can feel
And
terrifying. It can
sometimes
feel,
that's a little bit more scarier than the abyss that I see is this. I don't know how to survive. I don't know how to not live without this drive to survive. And, like there's a curiosity around that of like what does that mean? What does that look like? I don't know. And I know I prayed that last night. Like, help me. I know I don't need to survive. I know it feels like I do right now. I know in the next 2 weeks, it looks like I might be homeless. I know it might be a strong desire that I need to do something here to survive, to prevent losing everything. And it's like, help me put this down because I don't know how to put it down. It's so deep within me
yeah,
that I don't know life without that.
right.
You know what I mean? Sometimes it almost feels like something's trying to pry it from my hands.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah, it really
And
does.
but at the same time, there is also something here that knows that that's not needed.
Yeah,
And I know this talk sounds totally like I'm saying one thing and I'm saying another thing, but they're both true. You know what I mean? At the moment, they're both true. There is
right.
something
Yeah,
that feels and knows this, but at the same time, there's something that is equal to that that's going, I don't need this anymore. It doesn't need to be like this anymore. I know what I am. I know this is not the truth. I know it feels like that right now, but I know it's not true.
yeah,
You know, and that's one of the reasons of why it feels like I just want to shut everything down and just throw everything away and just
yeah,
shut down completely But at the same time, it's that other part of me that's going, I can't. It's I can't even do that. I can't even do that. And it's weird how you can have one side of you feeling that that's what you want and that's what you want to do, even though it would hurt and it would be hard. And that's just how you feel in the raw moment. And at the exact same time, the opposite's playing out of that's not what I want. That can't happen anyway. And no matter how much I would, even if that were to happen, nothing would change. I would still be what I am
Hmm.
and it would still be here.
Hmm.
And no matter how much pushing away or push back or shutting off or turning out or tuning out or everything else, can't make that go away because I can't walk away from myself. And that's why I can't walk away from any of this. It's not that I can't, it's, it's that I can't walk away from myself. And that's what all of this is. It's myself.
Yeah.
And no matter how I feel or what's going on right now that I really can't wrap my brain around, I know it's not going to last because it can't.
Yeah.
It can't last. It's not possible.
Everything changes.
Everything changes. And um, so therefore, I know it's not true. And yet here I still sit in this funk. And last night I last night I was sitting on the couch and I remember Elaine saying something and she was talking to me. And then she says, I know things seem really bad and you know that this is all just coming up to be seen and felt and I just said to her, I went, so what? I went, so what? I need to lose everything and be homeless and starving for me to know myself? Is that what this is going to take? Is for me to be homeless and starving to know? She was, I don't know. I hope not. And last night I was praying. I thought, is that what it's going to take to me just not care if rent gets paid or not, and just say fine and lay on the floor and just go, done, done with all of it. I'm done with caring that this needs to be paid and that this can't be paid, and I'm done with worrying about whether I'm worthy or not, or whether I'm awake or not, or maybe I should just lay on the floor and say fuck it all. And okay, here I am, just the raw me, ready to die. Is that what's going to take to me saying, okay, okay, I'm ready to be homeless now? If that's what it takes, if it takes everything from me, including my home, I'm ready to just lay down and die because I'm so fucking done with this shit. Is that what it's going to take? To me to stop running from being homeless, for me to stop running from being surviving, for me to stop to just lay down and just lay here and say, okay, you win, I'm done, take it all. That's what it means. That's what's going to take. Not that I did that. That keeps swirling around my mind. Is that what you want? You want me to admit that I've been defeated, put up the white flag and say, take it all from me? I don't need it all. It's not important anyway. Like, is that what you want for me?
And that's a totally understandable reaction, isn't it? I mean, it's, you know,
And they
we,
keep talking about that. Ellen talks about it, and Shanti talks about it, Rupert talks about it, Gangaji talks about it. That awakening is going to take everything. It's going to leave nothing. It's going to take everything and leave no stone unturned.
Mm,
It's going to take absolutely everything. You need to be willing to die, to be reborn.
yeah.
And the last couple of days, yesterday, today, the day before, it's like, is that what that means? Is that what it means? Is to say, I'm so done, just to stick the white flag and say, okay, I'm done running. Take it all. Make me homeless. I'm not running anymore. I'm just going to lay here. I'm just going to lay here. I'm not going to move until you tell me to move. What, what do you want? Here I am. I've got nothing left. This is
Mm,
it. Take it. You're trying to pull it out of my hands anyway. Take it. Let it go. Let it go. That's not because they talk about it. They do. They talk about it all the time. You need to be willing to die. It's going to take everything. Everything that you have, everything that you think and believe about yourself to be true, and everything else. It's going to take everything. Okay, well, right now I have a severe fear of homelessness. I have a severe fear of, I guess that would be a form of death, of losing absolutely everything. Not that I have a lot. I have a lot more than those people living down that track, I'll tell you that. I'm no different than them. That could easily be me. And that is a fear. It's a deep, deep fear.
mm,
And is that what it's going to take? Say, okay, all right, I'll be homeless then. I don't know what to do about any of this. I'm just going to lay here, do what you want. Okay. I'm not even a person. These are just things I've been swimming around out
yeah.
of curiosity. These are very different thoughts than I've had before.
Mm.
That's why they're standing. It's almost like a
They,
self-inquiry in itself.
well, I mean, those thoughts can be inquired. I mean, those thoughts actually can be inquired, something like, is this actually what spiritual teachers mean when they say that you have to be willing to die and you have to give up everything? Does that actually mean that I should have my worst fears come true? Does that actually have to happen? Is that inevitable? Is that actually going to happen to me?
Because I know when I was praying, I was also saying things like, because I have noticed that I've had thoughts of things have always gotten really, really bad, and then there's a clearing. And that's how I've learned my whole life. Even when before this, before non-duality or anything like that, but even in my other, when I was doing psychic work and things like that. Like there was this everything came with a lot of pain. All of these insights or growth, any of that always came from a really, it seems like my life has really compressed me really tightly, and then there's been like a release. But there's never really been a time in my life where we're going to say spiritually, because to me, my whole journey has kind of been not just non-dual teachings, but it's all combined it together to get me here. But I've noticed that there's always had to be this painful compression in order for something to give, right? And a lot of that was because I wasn't conscious, I think. And it
Mhm.
took a lot to let me really see things or be with something, right? And hence this compressing. And I've also noticed over the last few days and couple of weeks that I've been saying things like, is it necessary for me to continue having these very painful,
Yeah.
tight compression kind of situations for me to see and be with something? Like, do I actually have to suffer so
No,
greatly to get the point? I
no,
feel
I
like
think
I'm
that's a
so
really good
beyond.
inquiry.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I'm so beyond that now that I don't feel like I need to hit rock bottom before I can start going back up anymore. And I remember praying and saying, I don't want to hit rock bottom anymore before I go back up. Do I actually have to continue hitting rock bottom to go back up? Because I'm done with hitting rock bottom. I don't feel like I'm in a
Yeah,
place where rock bottom needs to happen for me to to have a realization or a
right.
seeing or
Yeah,
a release of some sort, and it's like
yeah,
again, help me here. Help me here so I don't have to hit fucking rock bottom and lose absolutely everything to
yeah,
get it. Like I remember one time going into work. This was just very shortly before I actually got injured. And I really take a lot of responsibility for myself, and I'm really big on um, practicing what I preach, being really, really truthful and honest, even sometimes when it will get me in trouble,
yeah,
right? And have an accountability for myself. So at my work, they've helped me immensely, supported me over the last 5 years, go through some really gnarly shit. My, my boss and my HR, and we started implementing like all these new changes into my work, like quite a lot across the board. And one of the changes was if we needed to get a hold of our employer for any reason, like they gave us their phone numbers so we could text them, you know, um, let's say we weren't going to be able to come to work or something, right? So they could fill us in before everybody got there. Um, so this was a normal kind of communication, and they started implementing lots of changes where they were also changing that, where you weren't to get a hold of your employers anymore through text, that it would be through email and things like that. And a couple of times I thought, because I was trying to be proactive, right? Um, I would forget, or I would think that it would be really, really important. So I would text it. And my employer was getting a little bit upset with me, saying it was inappropriate to do that anymore. And it was like, I don't know. I think she just might have mentioned it a few times. And the last time it happened, I actually, something had happened. And I really was just trying to be very proactive. I was trying not to put them in a position, right? And I had been sending emails through emails instead of text. And because I had had a couple of chats about that, inappropriate, crossing lines or whatever. And I was really trying to respect that. And this last time, I did text my boss in the morning, early in the morning, um, and I got a talking to about it. And I got upset about it because I thought, well, this was actually really important, and we had this meeting and it was about something else. And I was really perturbed because this had just happened like that week where I got this like scolding, almost like a child of, didn't
Mm,
we have this talk? And she was annoyed, like, right,
yeah.
about it. And I didn't say anything. And it had been eaten at me. And they know me, and I'm very forward and I'm very honest. And I expect people to be like that with me. So, because I'm also like that with people, right? And we were in the meeting room and we were talking about whatever. And then she said to me, she goes, and I could feel there was agitation in my body because I wanted to say something about it, right?
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to, and I was kind of wrestling with the idea, and I wasn't going to. And then I was just going to let it go. And then she said, so is that all? Is that everything? Like, do you have anything to add, or do you have anything else you want to bring up about any of this or whatever? Like, and I started tapping on the table with my fingernails, and I went, no, it's good. But I could feel like it was eating at me, right? And I went, no, it's good. And I kind of had like a little bit of a tang to my kind of attitude a little bit. And I went, nope, it's good. I got it. And I went to get up out of my chair to turn around and leave the room. And then I turned around and faced them both. And I went, actually, no, I do have something to say. And then and they went, oh, I said, actually, I want to talk about what happened yesterday about the email. I went, and what you said to me. I said, because, and then it started coming out, right? Everything started coming out. I said, that was really uncalled for. I said, what you said to me. Um, I went because I was really just trying to do what was best for you and for my position. I said, and I have been emailing you about all other issues. I said, but I was really just trying to be proactive. I said, and
Mm,
I went, and then I got agitated. You could tell that I was really upset about it, but I was also really agitated about it. It was coming across in my tone, and I was coming across like I wanted her to know that I got it, right? So I remember looking at her and I remember saying, that was really uncalled for, and it was really important. I said, but I fucking got it. You don't have to tell me it again. Like you continue seem to keep telling me. I said, even when it's not even warranted. I said, I'm not a dog, and you don't need to beat it into me like a dog. I went, I fucking got it the first time and the 20th time. I said, so I want you to know right now that you don't need to tell me again. Because no matter what, just so you know, I'm never going to text you again. Everything, trust me, will come through email. I don't care how important it is. I don't care how it screws you guys up. Trust me, I fucking got it. Stop beating it into me like I'm a fucking dog because I'm not. I'm a person and I fucking got it. So, do you understand what I'm saying? So, we don't have to have this conversation ever again. And she just kind of looked at me and she said, okay, well, that wasn't my intention. Um, and I just thought maybe you forgot. And I just cut her right off. And I went, I didn't forget. Let's get clear. I got it. Okay, you got it. It won't be mentioned again. I went, good. So we're not going to have this conversation. I'm not going to hear those words utter out your mouth towards me ever again. Just like you're never going to get another text from me ever again, no matter how important it is. Not my problem. And she goes, yeah, okay. I said, good. So we're both clear? Yes. Okay. The reason why I'm saying that is because that's how I feel about needing to crash and burn in order to elevate somehow. And when I was praying, that same kind of attitude um, was like very linked to that kind of topic. It's like, do I really, really need to lose everything and land at rock bottom for me to get it? Because I don't feel like it needs to happen anymore. So, whatever it is right now, help me so I don't have to hit rock bottom anymore. I feel like I'm beyond that, but yet here I am.
Mm.
Like, I'm not even sure what it's like to, like, I don't know how it is to not survive. I also don't know what it's like not to have this deep, deep compression
Yeah.
and hitting rock bottom for there to be some sort of something, right? It's almost like they kind of go hand in hand. And even though I feel like I'm not really in that place anymore, yet here I sit, right? And it's like that also kind of fed into the topic of um, the middle way, right? It's like I don't feel like I need to hit rock bottom anymore to get something. Like, is that true that I have to like keep going through this kind of compression um, for that to happen? I said, so I don't think so. But yet here we are. So like, help me with that. But at the same time, um, it has something to do again with that middle way of I don't think it needs to be so strong anymore. It's like
Yeah.
but again, I think it has something to do with this. Is that what it means just to really I don't know let go like I had this thought earlier this week where I had some bills that really needed to be paid and I only had like a certain amount of money and technically if I didn't spend any of that I would possibly have just shy of rent, right? But nothing else would get paid. And there was such a fear that rent wasn't going to get paid that I thought, just let them all sit. Let everything sit till the end of the month, pay your rent, see what's left, and then pay the bills. And whatever can't get paid, then just kind of nilly willy pick and choose what's most important. But realistically, I've kind of whittled down everything, so everything's kind of really important. So, um, and then I noticed this thought of lack,
Yeah.
and I was like, this is a thought of lack. And if I don't pay nothing and I just wait till the end of the month, the major thing might get paid and everything else won't because there's just not enough, and I'm willy-nillying it at the moment. And I thought that is coming from a place of lack and that there's not enough. And I went, no, so be it if I don't get paid. I have this money in my bank account now, and I have these bills that are sitting here and they need to be paid. And they can be paid right now. And the only reason I'm not getting paid right now is because I feel like if I pay them at the end of the month, I'm not going to have one. It's one or the other. And I thought, no. So I paid them. I paid the bills that I had in front of me with the money I had in front of me. And I thought, this could be really reckless, or it could be this is what is here right now.
Mm.
That is in a few weeks. At that time, it was like 3 weeks, right? That's in 3 weeks. And this is now. And right now, this is my issue. And this is what's due. So do I have to hoard everything and then do willy nilly at the end of the month? Or do I just pay what I have now with what I have? Because I have enough. So that's what I did. And now it's going to take a goddamn miracle. But in the same token, I know in a recent video, Helen said something about to somebody about, being, doing what you got to do and blah, blah, blah. Um, but also in the same token, she also said that, you know, of course she goes, I'm also going to say like, don't overspend and things like that, right? Which I get because, we can cause our own issues, you know, and, in that moment, I thought, is this overspending? Because in 3 weeks, I'm going to have rent due. And if I spend this now, I've just overspent in paying these bills. Not overspending in coffees or going, it
Yeah.
was like overspending and paying these bills that are due right now. Am I stupid? Or am I really coming from a place of lack and limitation? And in that moment, that's what happened. The bills just got paid with what I had because it was now. Not 3 weeks from now. That's what it was now. And I don't know what's going to happen from that, but it felt good to pay those bills. Um, that's for sure.
Mm.
So I don't really know, but that also transpired this week too, where I was really noticing like this, and that did come to the forefront. This is now, and this is really lack. This is a lot of lack playing out here. A lot of lack, a lot of limitation. Um, So we'll see. But
Yeah. Yeah, I
and
think it
that's
might,
new too, because before I would have let everything just compile up.
Hmm. I think it might be really worthwhile to
I
keep
have some
looking.
really different things coming in
Yeah,
recently. Like these are very different thoughts. These are really different kind of questions. These are really different
yeah.
kind of
Well, I
that
think what you were saying earlier might be really key, that question of like, is it really true that I have to suffer so much in order to learn anything or to get anything, something like that. I think that might be a really deep pattern that has been reflected in life again and again because of some counterintention there, some unconscious belief that suffering is necessary, that losing everything is necessary, that hitting
yeah,
rock
do
bottom
I
is
really have to hit
necessary.
rock bottom
Yeah, do
and
I really have to hit rock
suffers
bottom? Yeah,
to know who I am, to know what I am, to live as that
yeah,
which I am? Because that's what I said to Elaine. It's like, do I
yeah,
have to be homeless and starving to live as what I know I myself to be?
yeah. I think it might be worth asking that question. Um, really ask that question, like really, like, and whatever answers come, but it's really asking the question is what's powerful, because even though it might feel like nothing's happening, that the seed of that karmic pattern is getting destroyed because it is being brought to the light of consciousness. And when that happens, it is dissolving. Like, we make the unconscious conscious, and contemplation is a tool to do that. And it doesn't have to be a formal practice. It can really be just like I've noticed that it will just pop into my head some of these the ones I've been doing are really working with shame. It's like, is it really true that I don't matter? That's one of them. And is it really true I don't have anything to offer? I think you mentioned something similar
I
to that
did.
earlier tonight.
I have nothing
Um,
to offer anybody.
yeah, because that's what shame says. It's it goes even deeper than a sense of unworthiness, which can also be playing out as well. But unworthiness is like, I need to work really hard to prove that I'm worthy. But like, um, worthlessness is more like, I don't even have anything to offer. Like, I shouldn't even be here. Like, I like, there's like a hopelessness with it. Like, I can't even work hard to prove that I'm worthy. Like, um, yeah, there's just that feeling of just pointlessness and hopelessness with it. And I've had that come up again and again, to where it's like, yeah, and I've heard Helen say that she was, when she was working through this, like she would rather look at anything than shame. Like she'd rather look at fear, she'd rather look at anger. Like shame is one of the hardest things to actually look at because it just feels so painful. It feels so um, there's just something very deep that doesn't want to go there. But the thing is um, that's why it's so transformative to actually start to look at it. When I was I can't remember if I wrote it down or not, but it was the other morning that I was having that come up, and I was having a lot of emotion come up with it. And but there was a sense of like, this isn't, there's more space around this than there used to be. Like there's more willingness here.
Mhm.
Um, and like the mind isn't going to see how things are shifting, but things are shifting and yeah, to question this of like, do we really need to suffer this much? Do we really, is this really necessary? Like, there's something really powerful in that because you are the infinite self. You are not powerless. You are not separate. You are not any of the things that the mind believes itself to be. So, um, the answer really might start becoming clear of like, yeah, I don't think I have to suffer like this. I don't think this is fucking necessary, bro. Like, I really don't think so. I think I might be done. Um, but there's
You
some,
know, for two people who are so fed up, we're having a deep conversation tonight.
wait, what did you say?
So for two people who are so really seem to be so fucked up at the moment and have going through it, through the ringer, seem to be having a pretty decent conversation calmly tonight.
For real though, that's such a good thing.
Where did
Like,
all this calmness come from? I have no idea.
well, there is something really powerful about talking to someone about this. I'm telling you. I mean, it's like I understand what you were saying earlier. Like that is something the mind will project out there of like, because it doesn't want you to reach out to people. It doesn't want you to it wants to keep playing out the same program. That is literally what it is programmed to do. So it's not like it's malicious or anything, but it's just got that momentum behind it and it wants to just keep
Yeah.
playing out the same program over and over and over again. And
And I could
so,
see doing that because I've done it in the past. Like I've
yeah,
been in, not non-duality, but
yeah,
yes, even some of those groups, right? Um,
yeah,
I've joined things, stayed for a while, and then all of a sudden I'm gone,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
I'm gone. I've just appeared, I've finished. Just
yeah.
drop it
I
like
mean,
a hot potato. It's just gone, right? And
like
um,
it has to play out that way when that karmic pattern is in place. Like it's the wheel of karma. It's just like
mhm,
gonna keep rolling along. And it's like there's no doer here. So like
no,
that's why the only thing that can change it is actually the seeing of it.
this you,
You know,
I could I could tell when I was having those thoughts today about just disappearing
yeah.
on all spiritual platforms.
Peace
Um,
out. I'm
peace
gonna
out.
dip.
I'm gone. Oh,
Yeah.
there used to be a Tanya. Where'd she go? I haven't heard from her in forever. It's like I never
Yeah.
knew her. Because I have done that in the past, right?
Yeah.
And so that is a pattern,
Yeah.
and when that entered today, that it would make life easier if I just got rid of the teacher and the buddies and the practices, and that my life would be more relaxed because there wouldn't be so much on my plate. I wouldn't be trying to ram so much into this body or whatever, right? And in the past, it would have been really easy to do that. It would have already been done.
Mm.
It would have already been done.
Yeah.
Um, and yet, it hasn't been done this time.
Yeah.
And something knows that even if that was done, like it wouldn't do anything, right? So there's no point. Like there is something that's saying, because it did say what it was saying today, and it has been saying is nobody can help me. And that's something I have noticed I have said in my life quite a lot. And I
Yeah.
noticed it in the last few days that has risen. And that was where the idea of getting rid of everything was is nobody can help me.
Yeah.
Nobody can help me. Nobody's coming to save me, and nobody can help me, right? So if nobody can help me, then I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to practice with nobody. I don't want nobody looking at my shit no more. I don't want to feel embarrassed and say, oh, here we are droning on about the same thing again. She just can't get it. Just drop it all. It'll be so much easier, than, um, but there's the but that, like the cannabis, it's not going to solve anything. That's not the answer. This time I know that, like, that's not the answer. And that's not going to change anything. And that's just another form of isolation. But
Yeah.
how I saw that this time was different because before it would have been nobody can help me. Poor Tanya, right? Nobody's coming to save me and pull me out of this. You know, that is not the same energy. What entered my mind when I said it this time was this is how it came. So I don't know if this is just a little mind trick that I caught, but it was like, nobody can help me because there's no other people. There's
Mm,
nobody else.
mm,
Nobody's coming to save me. Nobody can help me. There's no point talking to anybody, reaching out to whoever, because nobody can help me because there are no separate beings here. And I noticed that as soon as it come up of, wait a minute here. No, wait, no, 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 no. Right? And that would have been so easy to believe
yeah.
because it is true. There are no other beings. We're all the one being. We are all the one being. That's right. And nothing out there is going to be able to tell me anything about myself. That's right. But that does not mean that I use that knowledge of there's nobody out there, therefore they can't help me to isolate myself in that way.
Right. No, I
Because
know.
that's how it came up this time. It wasn't like,
Yeah.
woe is me, nobody's going to come and help me. What am I going to do? I'm just going to shut down from the world because nobody can help me. And this is the point. No, this was nobody can help me and nobody's coming to save me because there is nobody else. You're all just me,
I- The mind is tricksy.
right?
It it's like it says in Genesis in the Garden of Eden, the serpent is subtle. Um, the mind is subtle,
Hmm.
It's like and it is all just happening on its own, but it is a program that's running that's basically like um as much as that intention is the conscious intention is so sincere and so earnest and so legit, that counter intention is like, not on my watch.
Not on my
You're not
watch.
going to wake up. You're not going to get there. You're not going to do what actually is going to be beneficial. But the thing is that you're seeing that. You're seeing that,
Mm-hmm.
and it does become less and less believable, and it does become more and more clear what is actually going on. Um,
Oh, there it is. I want to read it to you. My dad sends me these little messages. So I thought this was very interesting. Because this is what I read this morning. This little thing my dad sends me, they're like Bible verses and things like that, right? But again, I hear things in my own way, as I always have, and that's kind of become even more prominent with teachings.
yeah.
But this is just the top part of what it said. This was the caption. It's Proverbs 3:5. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not into your own understanding. And how I took that, my dad sent that to me, was a reminder of trust in what I know to be true, that what I truly am, with all of my being.
Mm,
And don't lean on the mind.
mm,
Don't
yeah.
lean on my own understanding to be able to understand what I can't understand.
Yeah.
That's what I took from it when I read that this morning.
Yeah.
And it was like that really, really stuck out, about and lean not on your own understanding.
Yeah. It's anytime there's and that becomes more and more clear, we do have more and more discernment. We do have more and more spiritual maturity like that. That's also just happening on its own and it doesn't belong to a person, but it's real. Like it's an actual change that can be observed. There is progress in that sense. It's not happening to a person, but it's happening. There is a deepening that happens. There is less belief in illusion. There's more awareness of why it can't be true, And so when these thoughts are generated, they will shift, they will morph into something else because the mind just does that automatically. It's like there's more awareness here. This old strategy is not gonna work. It's just automatically moves to the next thing. It's like I've noticed that, various spiritual teachings, like the mind can like latch onto that and like turn it around and regurgitate it in another form to keep you stuck instead of to allow you to expand, which is what actually wants to happen. It's
Yeah.
like,
Like just dump all of this shit and just be by yourself. You don't
yeah.
like that thought.
I
There's
mean,
nobody out there anyway, so you're right.
I've been doing that for years, basically, like treating solitude as a spiritual practice. It's like, yeah, I'm home alone a lot of the time. I can be in the quiet. It's spiritual, And like I don't want to be tempted by the world. I don't want to be like caught up in other people's separation drama. I'm just gonna like be in my cocoon but like in recent months it's become clear, uh that there's been a story about that and that um it was really noticeable when I started doing my conscious imagining that there was a really deep desire to have friends and to be in a relationship even and
Or being in
to
sense with your camera on or participating in them, asking
wait, what's that?
questions. I said, or like, being in satsang with your camera
Yeah,
on,
right.
or
Yeah,
being
even
in
that. Yeah.
sanghas, participating and asking
Yes.
questions and having conversations.
Yeah, there's
And
a real
those are
desire
all new
there.
behaviors.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that's the thing is even though I'm still don't have like an amazing social life, certainly have not met anybody. I haven't met my tall, dark, and handsome stranger. But I have noticed that there has been movement there. There has been, the Sangha with Louise on Tuesday nights has been really helpful. I feel connected with her and with the people in that group. And I've talked to Helen a couple of times, which I didn't do for the first year and a half of belonging to her Sangha. Um, I mean, I did meet her in person, but that was definitely happened on its own because there was so much resistance. It was crazy. And I told you the story of how she even said, like, as we were sitting there, that she told that story about how she didn't want anybody to leave without talking to her. So Um, so yeah, and I mean this week it's been harder. This week there's been a recurrence of that feeling of like I don't even want to go for a walk. I don't want to even sit out on my porch. I don't even want like I literally don't even want to like leave the sofa. I don't want to do anything. Um, but it's like, that's okay. Like it's starting to get into a rhythm of seeing that of like I said, I've been really um there's just a determination now to be with myself no matter how I'm showing up. Like, it's like, okay,
Yeah.
I didn't feel like getting dressed today. Um and I wasn't very productive. I wanted to vacuum. I've wanted to vacuum the past several days. I haven't done it. Um I've I have things I need to do, but yeah, there's just something that feels done with the self-judgment, the self-criticism. Like, yeah, when it comes to spiritual practices also, I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of feeling like I'm not getting there. Um,
It's also feeling like, Helen talks all the time, and so do the other teachers about um, that we all come to practice initially because we're trying to fix something,
yeah,
right? We're definitely trying to fix something, so we come to practice, and that practice isn't to fix something. And then when you are approaching practice through the lens of I'm doing this practice because I need this to go away or I want to make this better, that it's actually counterintuitive, right? Um, and I think whatever happened recently, um, that's also slightly part of it with the practices because um, I know I've had also thoughts of if I do my practices because I am trying to fix something. I do want this to go away.
yeah,
You know what
sure.
I mean? Like I'm doing the practice right now because I don't want this. I'm doing it because I want this practice to fix this.
Yeah,
At least I'll feel like I'm doing something about the situation if I approach it through practice. And I think on some level, on my own, because like I said, when I was with Elaine, it didn't really feel that way. It didn't feel good. It sure as hell didn't. The meditation kind of sucked dick over here. And that's okay because it's not always going to be perfect. You know what I mean?
right.
Like,
Yeah,
um, but there wasn't a showing up because I needed to fix something, right? Um, there was a showing up because I had an appointment with her and I wanted to honor that time and that appointment. And I didn't want to cancel last minute because I value her time. So
mm,
that did keep me coming, right? Um, So it wasn't approached through the fact that I wanted to fix and make something go away. Um, so in that sense, maybe that's why there was a little bit of relief, and I was able to do it with her
mm,
versus by myself, where when I am trying to approach these things at the moment on my own, it feels like I'm approaching it from a place of I want to fix this. I need this
yeah,
fixed. I need
yeah,
something to shift here, and these practices are going to make that happen, and that's not true.
right.
And But this holding hand thing that I was talking about earlier, um, in some ways I can see why the buddies are good to have them for the practices because it kind of eliminates that showing up to fix something. You're showing up for each other.
Mm.
Because that's what I noticed with Elaine the other day. And that's also what I noticed last night, even though I wasn't on camera, I was still there present.
Yeah.
But I also did notice, um, like I noticed that thought as well. Like maybe that's why it was easier with Elaine, or maybe that's why it was easier with somebody lately because we're showing up for each other. I'm not showing up to
Mm.
fix it,
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's
right?
powerful. Yeah. It's a different energy for
It's a
sure.
different energy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
even though the meditation, even though there was a lot of mental activity, even though even through the whole meditation I was snotting up snot rags like crazy, even though through the whole meditation there was still peace and I
Mm.
could sense it. And at the end, even though I didn't really feel any better and nothing changed, there was still this sense that I still wasn't the same as when I came. There was
Mm.
still even just the smallest feeling better,
Hey, and we'll
right?
take that, right?
And I'll take that.
When we're feeling really bad, that's actually can be pretty miraculous.
And
Yeah,
I
just
think that's
feel a little
why.
better.
I think
Yeah.
that's why. Because when I'm on my own again, when I'm trying to do it lately on my own, there is a trying to fix it, a trying to do
Yeah.
it. It's putting pressure on myself. It's putting pressure
Yeah.
on my practice to make some sort of magical miracle happen. You know,
Yeah,
there's
that
this
all makes sense.
desperation that's to it. But with Elaine or with Louise or whatever, just lately, that's not there when I'm with them. There's this
Mm.
showing up for each other kind of thing to do
Yeah.
practice, to be in practice together, to be,
Mm.
and then there's this power in that.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful. Yeah, I sense that as
Maybe
well.
she's right. Maybe in the meantime, if I can't seem to practice on my own because of that energy,
Mm.
because I give up, because it's so hard by myself at the moment. And I keep trying, but it
Mm.
goes nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Elaine is right. Maybe it would be better if I just did practices with somebody else for a while, just so we're showing up for. Maybe that's why the 30-day challenge is still happening, and that's the only thing happening,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Because we're showing up for each other.
Well, if there's a way that we can do that, not just with a 30-day challenge, but in some other way, let me know. Like, I'm open to that as well, just because of seeing that myself, that even if it's like,
Just to do the practice.
yeah, I mean, whatever the practice
No
is,
chatting,
or
just do our practice and leave.
yeah,
I'd be open to that. Maybe it's not about hand holding. Maybe that was just mind talking. Maybe it's not about, that is just mind talking.
yeah,
Really, yeah. Why
yeah,
should I, somebody need to baby me and hold my hand for me to do my practices? Well,
yeah,
because right now I need that.
right,
Right
yeah.
now I need to show up for somebody other than myself. Because
Well,
right
you
now I'm
are
having a
showing
hard
up for
time showing.
yourself.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now, I'm having a really hard time showing up for practice for myself because it's coming with a lot of doer energy and that I'm trying to
Yeah.
fix something. But if I do have somebody to hold my hand right now, that's not, why should that have to be a bad thing? Maybe they're just helping me walk along the path
Yeah.
and shift the energy to, well, if I can't necessarily show up for myself right now, then I can show up and honor them. And in that way, I am also honoring and showing up for myself because they are myself. So they're
Yeah.
not holding my hand.
Right. It's not weakness, it's strength. It's
And there's a power in that. And we've both seen
yeah.
that. We've both felt that. I would be open up to that if you want to set up something on a daily basis where we do a practice or two, just the practice alone, and
Yeah.
figure out what practice we want to do to be consistent every day with something. Maybe
Yeah.
we could do a contemplation. You're working on shame, and I have shame as well. Maybe we can do with shame.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea. So I mean, contemplation just has to be 5 to 10 minutes, you know.
I was only doing 10 minutes before. That was plenty. 10 minutes, you, 10 minutes, me. That's only 20 minutes. Maybe a self inquiry or a statement process, maybe something like that. Um,
I like the idea of doing
to
statement
elevate
process.
our, we're both feeling really
Yeah, I don't think we
low.
have, yeah,
Maybe it's just to elevate
yeah, I
our,
don't think we need to feel as bad as we feel. Like, I mean, because that's something else that my mind has done a lot in the past has been the dark night of the soul thing, you know, it's like that's been very familiar, very not pleasant, but comfortable in the sense that there's something in here that is always said, like, you know, you because of the separation from others, feeling so separate from others and how painful that can be, there's always been a story of like, well, yeah, this is just you're walking a really solitary path and it's really painful and really hard and um you know, it's purifying your soul or like whatever it is, but like that's kind of been falling apart lately where I think with the conscious imagining challenge and a couple of other things of feeling that message from Helen of like you're actually not the one suffering. So the idea that there's something beneficial from suffering, like the whole point of like I honestly believe at this point that the whole point of suffering and the only point of suffering is for us to learn that we're not suffering and we don't have to suffer.
yeah,
Uh, so whatever story the mind is telling of like, oh, this is actually good though, it's making you tougher, it's making you more humble, it's like whatever it is, I'm not buying it anymore.
no pain,
Um,
no gain, that kind of
yeah,
saying.
right. Yeah, I mean, not to say that there's not challenge and stuff like that, but that's not the same thing as suffering. Suffering
Suffering.
is coming from separation, and therefore it's not actually,
So there we go. We both have two things going on at the exact same time. We're both
yeah,
suffering
yeah,
needlessly,
and it's not
and
necessary.
we both have this deep shame that has come up in us both very recently.
Yeah.
Um, so maybe we can, I don't know,
Would you,
we enjoyed doing statement process before with each other.
yeah, and statement process would be helpful because I've had resistance about doing that on my own. Would you be able to still meet in would the evening still work for you to do that? Okay. Yeah, and to
What would
just
you like to do? contemplation on our shame
Yeah, I think the contemplation is good and
statement process.
statement process. Yeah, just to feel better, to set that intention to feel better, because Helen's made it really clear that that's what statement process is for, is just to lift that vibration so that you feel better. Um, it's
Do you
training
want
the
to still meet
energy.
at eight o'clock at night? Is
Yeah,
that a
that
good
would
time
work.
for you?
Yeah, that's a good time. Um, so yeah, we could plan to do that and yeah, just for all the stuff that is coming up. And I also would like to I wanted to
And those
ask you
can be
about,
outside, and those can be outside of these. We'll leave Wednesdays and Sundays as they are,
yeah,
and then the rest of the days we'll do practice together, and those won't get recorded. Um,
right,
because
yeah.
we probably
Yeah.
shouldn't share those anyway, since those are
Yeah.
Helen's teachings.
Yeah.
But but yeah, I
Yeah.
like that idea. Leaving Wednesdays and Sundays as they are, so that we can actually like just talk about our experience and just be
Yeah.
normal and record those and share them
Yeah.
as we are and have that open dialogue like we have that
Yeah.
clearly is beneficial even still. Look at us.
Yeah. 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 This
Because
is
we're
the
so
best
distraught at the moment. Yeah,
yeah.
me too. This is the
I
best
mean,
I've
this is
been
the best
in a
I
couple of
felt
weeks.
today for sure. It's
I don't even know what's
so
going on here. This is weird. I feel kind of normal. Like,
I know it's amazing,
I don't
right?
fucking understand.
No, I mean that's the thing. Like it's because we're in Sangha together. That's why. I mean it's a really powerful intention when two souls come together in truth, in the company of truth. It's
Yeah,
like,
and then we'll just do the other nights. We'll just get together at 8 o'clock.
yeah,
We'll do a practice, and then we'll just say good night. It doesn't have to be a
yeah,
long, drawn out
no,
thing.
exactly. So, the other thing though I did want to mention
Sure.
is I attempted this the other day and I found it as challenging as starting the conscious imagining for the first time. It kind of took me by surprise how much resistance there was, but I watched this other video of Helen's where she was talking about self-love and that she started like writing down. It was something like what can I do that no one else can do? And what I think the other question was like what brings me joy, what lights me up, something like that, because that's tied in with that. It's the video, it's on the same page as that the video, the link I sent you. It's the one right below it. It's something like what is my life purpose or something like
Yes.
that.
Yeah. I watched all
Yeah.
three of them actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so that's actually helped dissolve something in me that was like definitely kind of numb and dead
Mm.
inside around this because there was such a sense of exactly what you were saying earlier, where the mind kind of latches on to something. What you were saying about, oh, there's no other people anyway, so what's the point of reaching out to them? Like, bro, I totally get that. With me, it was something like, there's no person here anyway. So what is there to love? Like, what is the point? What is self-love? What is even that? Like, isn't that just feeding the ego or, whatever? It's like the ego's saying this, it's like you're actually worried about the ego being fed. Like, I see the absurdity of it now, but but coming out of this, like, there's some kind of counter intention there that definitely is coming from my conditioning and who knows what else. Karmic patterns, wherever those come from. There's something really deep there that says it's dangerous um to really shine, to really be to see something good about yourself, to really look at that, to really explore that. And so one of the things that Helen suggested, I think it's in that video, was like to write down that list. And so I started writing down like, what am I good at? And that brought up this thing that I thought had been resolved that has been kicking around for years was like, well, I don't even have anything to offer. Um, because there's just been like such a um kind of a collapse of um I mean, it was always there, but it became more conscious, and I haven't really known how to work with it. And then with the non-dual teachings, I still didn't know how to work with it because, again, the mind kind of came in with that story of like, what's, you're just gonna melt into the noumenon anyway. So isn't that just separation to like,
Yep.
but that's actually, the more I've gone into this and watched more of Helen's videos, especially the ones on the website that you have to be a member to see where she gets into
Yep.
more
The
where she
extra
talks
classes.
the extra where she talks more about death and the soul and things like that, where it's like, yeah, it is true that we are the noumenon, and that is what at least some souls are ready to experience is that the waking up to that truth. It's like she says in that video about life purpose. There's the inner purpose and the outer purpose. The inner purpose is to wake up to the truth. Anybody that's in her sangha, like that's their it's every soul's purpose eventually, but it's definitely our soul's purpose right now because we wouldn't be in the sangha and we wouldn't have found this teacher and we wouldn't be doing any of this if this wasn't our destiny for this to happen
Yeah.
in this lifetime. But what she was talking about, the I really like that. Like the outer purpose, like that's how this is going to be expressed. Like this is how once you
How it
come
wants
to,
to express itself through you.
yeah, like
And that
what
is
one,
unique. Your unique
yeah,
way
it
of
is unique. It's
expressing
not separate, but it is unique. And
it is unique.
yeah, and every soul is actually unique, even though it's not
Yep.
separate. And so I'm going to be working with that. I'm going to see how, if that brings up any new contemplation questions or whatever. But because I'm finding it challenging, I'm just putting it out there because of what you were saying earlier. Like it'll help me to work on it if I know that we're going to be talking about it.
Yep. Yep.
Um, so anyway, I think that's a good idea to explore that just because I think the shame. I think it's part of the counteracting of that shame message is to really find love, to find that
Mhm.
self-love and to see that like even to love the shame, you know what I mean? Like even to see like you are also love just showing up in this form of what feels like self-loathing and all of that. It's actually wants to turn into love because that is what it already is also. So um, but I think you're right to focus just on like just a quick contemplation and statement process or whatever, but to do that together at least for a time. I think it's a good idea.
I think so too. I don't
Okay,
know. I
good.
didn't think of that before, but I didn't
Well,
until tonight. We just started talking about stuff. But that makes
yeah,
sense.
I think it's because when the suffering gets bad enough, that's the thing. It gets bad enough that we see that it doesn't have to be that way. It's like I'm not actually separate. I'm not actually separate. So where is this feeling of such intense suffering coming from? A feeling like a separate person who's suffering when I know that's not true anymore. But it keeps returning and it keeps being really intense so that we'll just see again and again that yeah, it doesn't actually have to be that way. It's not what wants to happen anymore.
Yep.
Um, so 8 o'clock tomorrow we can
8
plan.
o'clock tomorrow. Yep.
Okay, sounds good. It was lovely and yeah, I know
Actually,
things
it
are
really, really was because
yeah.
it was really, in some ways, it didn't happen, but the thought was there. Like, what do you got to offer Ellie anymore? You're just going to hinder
Okay,
her.
yeah.
You're just going to hinder her awakening and, you know, no
You,
need to drag her down with you kind of feeling, kind of thing. And I was really, even tonight, I noticed, and I don't know if it was self-sabotage or trying to come up with an excuse not to join tonight, but some things had happened tonight. And I looked at the time and I thought, oh, I just kind of just started this. I didn't realize it was 7 o'clock. I'm meeting Ellie in an hour, and oh shit. Do I really want to get into all of this? Because I know what this usually turns into. And I did anyway. And then it didn't matter because I got done it all like 5 minutes to our
mm,
call. Um, but I did notice that I think there was something in me that was slightly trying to avoid,
yeah.
but it didn't happen anyway, so didn't even really matter. But I think there was a tinge of that kind of thing in there.
Well, one of the things about the whole self-love thing, one of the things that Helen mentions in the video is that it can be really challenging in the beginning to find things that we love about ourselves. And she even suggested that, so, ask people, ask your buddy, like, um, because we can't see ourselves clearly in that way.
Hmm.
And so I would like to do that at some point, but just for now, I want to say that like that's been on like I don't think you see about yourself like I don't think you see about yourself like how much you have helped me and how um I'm so grateful like because I'm struggling with a lot of the same things and to I had so much resistance to talking to people. For me, it was what you were saying earlier about not having friends. Like for me, that's been the last several years. Like, and there were specific things that happened where I realize now that it wasn't anything that I was doing that was probably destined to happen all along, but like it was like it was like picked off one by one like a murder mystery or something. Like I had like this friendship, that friend. It was just like what I was just like surrounded by carnage at the end of it. I was like, how did I lose all my friends? Like it was really, really rough. Because I've struggled with feeling really, really alone ever since then. I've always felt alone, but intensified.
I think I've always had, really. I've
Yeah,
never, even when I go back to like way back,
yeah,
like I've never really had a lot of friends, not really.
yeah,
And and especially as I've become an adult, like if I do have a friend, it's like one will come in, stick around for a while, and then all of a sudden somehow they phase out, and there may or one may fade in again or not for a time. But it's like there's never been like other people where you see like they have a group of friends and they all
yeah,
get
no,
together. Like it's never
yeah.
been like that for me ever. And
Yeah, it's been showing
in
up in my
some ways
conscious
it hasn't
imagining.
bothered me. Like
Yeah,
I do prefer one-on-one.
yeah,
Um,
same. And
it's
I'm
it's
pretty sure I always will, but
and me too. And
yeah,
I've never had the need for 50,000 friends. Um, I don't really long for that kind of thing. Like
I
it's like
didn't know that
quality over quantity is more important to me.
yeah, for
And,
sure.
but I don't know. As of just recently, that did surface. That
Yeah,
question did surface. Is like, why though? why has it always been that way?
Well, I mean, it's a
What is with
question
that?
worth asking because especially if you're looking at it through the lens of understanding what we understand about causality, it's like um it's actually it doesn't it's not it never says anything about like what do these other people out there think about me? It's always what do I think about myself? Like how worthy do
Yeah.
I think I am of friendship? How worthy do I think I am of love? Because like that, those self-sabotaging programs will come in and be like, you don't really need this friend. You don't really like this isn't working out or whatever. And it's um, it's the most natural thing in the world to connect with other beings, um, but I think when we have these experiences in our families growing up in particular and just feeling like we don't fit in, feeling like we're
Hmm.
nobody understands us. Um, I mean, that is sort of the conditioning and the baggage that we're carrying around, and it can make it really challenging. And so I think that plays
I think
into the
it's
story of feeling like we don't have anything to offer when we haven't been appreciated, we haven't been seen, like and I think, you're a really unique person. Like it's what I love about you. Like I think it's amazeballs, but like, a lot of people are looking for people who are like predictable, like, who are
yeah.
share some really basic things in common or whatever. And um, it's but
I think what you said earlier also rings true too, because you said something earlier in the conversation um, about not wanting to be around a lot of people and get sucked up into their
yeah,
dramas, and I know that has also been an issue for me,
yeah.
because I know many times through the years I even tell people it's a common thing that I say um, that I don't have a lot of friends because having a lot of friends is maintenance, and I
Mm,
don't like maintenance of any kind. I
yeah.
I don't like anything that takes a whole lot of work to do, and I just don't like maintenance. And I always say that it's a very common saying that friends are maintenance, and I don't do maintenance. And if it requires maintenance as a friend, then I don't want it because first of all, I don't want to get sucked up in other people's drama. I have enough shit in my own life that I do not want to get sucked up in everybody else's problems, right? And friends are needy. That's also something I've said in the past. Friends are needy. Friends can't handle not talking to each other. And when you don't talk to each other, the next time you do, it's usually, are you mad at me? Did I do
Mm,
something wrong? Da 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 da. Da. No, absolutely not. And then you have to spend all your time reassuring them that they're okay and that it had nothing to do with you. We just didn't talk you know what I mean? Like it's like friends are needy, friends are maintenance, friends are I don't want a lot of friends because that's a whole lot of headache and that's a whole lot of nope. So, maybe that's why I've never really had a lot of friends because yeah, we're just going to chalk it up to that. Yeah, that's exactly why. Because I say it all the time. That's exactly why. Um, and I've had very, very few people in my life that aren't like that. Um, so far, you're one of them. I do have a friend that I do have that I have known since I was 19 years old. He happens to be in his 70s.
mm,
But I would call him, uh, he's not my friend. He's my family.
mm,
And I refer to him as my family. And he doesn't live around here. He lives in Ottawa now, so he has for years. So, but we can go for months, we can go a year without talking, and then we may come across each other, and it's like that time has never passed.
Yeah,
Not a
that
nanosecond. Nothing.
yeah,
Nothing about us has passed. Has time has not changed anything. There's still the love. There's still
yeah,
the conversation. There's
yeah,
not a feeling that of maintenance or that they're a problem or that or anything. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing. There's just us love and when we meet or when we don't meet and it's all the same and it's all good. And
yeah,
same with Di. She has come into my life very rarely since my kidney. When I had my kidney removed from my daughter, I had nobody. And I knew her from work and an older other job. And we became friends and we met up a couple of times. But when my kidney thing came about, she was my right hand woman. Matthew couldn't drive me to Toronto because he can't handle that kind of, it's crazy. And there's no way. And I can't drive there. Like, no. So she did everything. She drove me
mm,
to, and when I say a kidney thing is a process, we're talking like 9 months constant. Toronto is hours away from me.
yeah,
Okay. Um, so many appointments in Toronto. So she drove me to every appointment. She drove me home from every appointment. She took me to any and all things that had anything to do with my kidney. She drove me home from the hospital. She took care of me
mm,
when I came out of the hospital for all of those weeks. She came to my house and spent the day with me. She cooked and brought my family food because I couldn't cook. My mother was at my house and it wasn't going so well. And she came, even with my mother there, to take care of me, to make sure that I was taken care of. And this was like a long process. And
yeah,
when it was over, like all of it was over, I've barely seen her. I've barely
mm,
seen her. I've barely heard from her. She's barely seen or heard from me. I think we've gotten together maybe 2 or 3 times for a coffee. It just kind of, but whenever we do connect, which is very rare, um, it's the same as Frankie.
yeah,
No time has passed. I love her dearly. And again, she's in her 60s.
mm,
All my friends are like way up there. Um, but again, there's no maintenance, there's no problems, there's no
yeah,
reassurance. There's none of that. So again, quality over quantity, you know what I mean? And are those two in my life all the time? No, but I carry them with me, and when they are, whether it's very short or whatever, it's lovely. It's their family. You
yeah,
know what I mean? She's my family. He's my family. You're my family. You guys aren't my friends. You're my family. There's a
yeah,
difference. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, um, and that's rare. And I would rather have that than have a whole bunch of friends around me where I have to contend to all of them all the time. That's not the same. It's just not.
yeah. Yeah, no, when I've been writing in my conscious imagining about like the type of relationships I'd like to have in my life, like it's really clear. And even this was even on my list of when I wrote down what I what I can do or what I'm good at or what I like about myself is like it was like that was a good example of something that Helen was like, you don't think of it as being like something you're good at because it's just you, it's how you've always been. And but when you think about it, not everybody else can do it. And that's one of the things is like I love to have really in-depth conversations with other people.
I was just going to say
And
that because you have a lovely way with words,
oh,
and
thank you.
you're really nice to listen to. Like
Oh,
your
thank you.
articulation when you speak is really nice.
Thank you.
Even yesterday when you were talking to Louise and I was listening to you guys' conversation, I was even thinking that you
Hmm.
really, really know how to articulate yourself really, really well.
I
Um,
appreciate that because I was actually, it kind of popped up in my conscious imagining that someone asked me if I wanted to host a podcast. And I didn't even realize that was something that I wanted to do. And I was like, that would be, but I was thinking about that's what I love to have in-depth conversations with people.
mhm.
And that's actually a thing that people make money at now, that just sitting and talking to other people. I was like, I love to do that. Like, why am I not doing that? So
Yeah,
I'm not, yeah, so
and
uh
you're fun. You're fun
mm,
and you're funny
I love
and
that. Thank
you're
you.
quirky, and I like your quirkiness.
I like your quirkiness as well. I
But you
enjoy
are
it
fun and
immensely.
you laugh a lot. You have a beautiful smile.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I think it's because I enjoy talking to people so much.
Mhm.
It's like it lights me up. Like I genuinely enjoy it. And I love it when I have a rapport with somebody and we have fun things to talk about. And I love to make other people laugh. I love it when they make me laugh. Like
Mhm.
so, and I again, that's something that when I think about what like not everybody is like some people it's kind of a chore to get them to laugh or whatever. I'm like, I'm ready, like make me laugh. Like I'm ready to laugh. Like yeah, it's like genuinely enjoyable. And yeah, I really enjoy talking with you. It's
I don't care that you wear your pajamas all the time. If I
I
could
love
walk,
your
if I
I
could walk around all
I
day
wear my
long every
Spider-Man
day,
pajamas.
if I could walk around in my pajamas all the time and it would be okay, I would.
Yeah, for
Because
real.
I also love my pajamas even when I'm not feeling shitty. I
Yeah.
prefer to be in my pajamas.
I think there's something to that. My goal is to go shopping for clothes and find clothes that are as close to pajamas as possible, but that they're still pretty, like linen pants and
Yeah.
like, yeah,
Hmm.
we'll figure it out. But yeah,
Right?
comfort is good, um, but yeah, I'd like for us to maybe on Sunday or something, we can carve out some time for it. But like, yeah, to talk about that, to talk about like, Tanya, this is what I love about you. Um, like when I was going through it a few couple months ago or whatever, and I like left a message for the 30-day challenge and like I was clearly had been crying or whatever. Like you messaged back immediately or like, do you want to talk? You know, not everybody will do that. Like they're not necessarily going to pick up on that. They're not going to necessarily pick up on somebody, like you have a very caring heart, and it's like really noticeable. I've noticed it for a long time. I've appreciated it because of um I think it's something I didn't appreciate as much when I was younger. Maybe that was one of the reasons for going through what I did with losing friendships with people who weren't really very caring. That was one of the reasons the friendships ended because I realized that I was a much more caring person than I realized, and the people that I was surrounded with were not. And so it was very uneven. And
I felt
so,
like that too. It was very
yeah,
uneven, all
yeah,
one-sided.
one-sided is the perfect word, yeah. And so
It's not
um
fun.
yeah. And like I've been able to open up again. Like it's been very healing, you know. I don't know if you realize that. Like I don't know if you realize like what a safe space you create. And you are also a lot of fun. And it lifts my energy when I talk to you, you know. It's like um you know, even when you're going through a really difficult time, you also are able to laugh at things and able um to just you just have like a wide open heart in a way that I think um you know, as your awakening deepens and you're expressing the truth of who you are more and more, like that's just going to keep shining more and more, and it's going to shine like whether you want to have a lot of friends or not, like you're gonna like you're gonna be blessing people because you have that. It's a generosity of spirit, you know. It's like you shared something with Louise's group once where you had written something. Do you remember this? You wrote something down
Mm-mm.
that was like
For homework,
all the things you loved about yourself.
I
Yeah,
loved
and I
about
didn't
myself.
I like as soon as I heard
I
that
thought it was
whole
going to be hard, but it wasn't. Once
yeah,
I wrote a couple of things, it all just started pouring. I could have
it was
kept
so well
going.
written and it was so authentic and it was yeah, I feel like this is what it is too. Like you I've been thinking about this because I watched some of Helen's videos about the soul and like I said there was it was all I ever cared about, even when I wasn't a so-called spiritual person. That was actually what I cared about because I cared about art and I cared about poetry and I cared about music and all these ways of expressing the soul. I just wouldn't have used that. There was a point that I wouldn't have used that language necessarily because I was an atheist, but that was still, that was all I cared about. And I wanted to understand my own soul. But then with non-duality, it was almost like something kind of shut down. And it was like, well, that doesn't matter because ultimately I'm not that. I'm the noumenon. And I think that was necessary. And I'm glad that Helen emphasizes that so much because that is absolutely my destiny and the thing that's most important to me is to wake up fully to that
Hmm.
truth, the truth of the noumenon. Um, But the fact that we are soul, like I've heard Helen describe it as the soul is the first manifestation of the noumenon. It's the very first, it's the, yeah, however she put it. Anyway, it's something that I sense about you, the fact that you're a soul, like I think those of us who didn't have a lot of friends necessarily going through life, like I think for very soulful people, it can be a challenge. Like the time that we have lived in has been a very soulless time, you know? And you know, if you're very open-hearted and you're an old soul, maybe, I'm not sure, but like where you're more tuned into that and less tuned into like the social whatever, like the society, like
Yeah.
whatever it is that people are pursuing in terms of material things and whatever, like um you know, there's one of the reasons I love in-depth conversation so much, and really everybody is capable of this. We all have souls. It's just that some people are more interested in exploring that unseen aspect of what we are instead of just focusing on the surface or whatever. But
Hmm.
so from the very beginning, I felt like we could have really in-depth conversations. And the thing that I've noticed about you is you don't have like all of these layers of whatever that is that's going on with people all the time where it's just like a social front or whatever. Like you're very much like what you see is what you get
Is what you get.
kind of deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that because it's there's something about it that feels so authentic and that's I feel totally gravitated towards that, you know. It's like there's no like there's no there's no trying to figure out like what are you getting at? Like whatever. It's just like it's just out there, you know?
That is it.
And I mean that's a really beautiful thing. Like, and again, it's I don't know if you are aware of it because it is just how you are. It's not something
No.
you're like making happen. It's like, um, and but not everybody has that going on. Like um, a lot of people they're kind of just running programs when it even comes to social interaction. They're just like they're they're just coming from a very surface place. And not that there's necessarily anything wrong with that. It's just where other people are at. But that's the thing is like we're talking about like what we're good at. This is what we're
Mm.
good at. Like we're good at this like showing up really authentically and being deep, like having in-depth
And
conversations.
I like that. I like
Yeah.
that. Um, that's something else that I like. Me and Di could have really deep conversations. Me and
Yeah.
Frankie could have really deep conversations. And a lot of people can't. And I'm not a person that does, maybe that's why I don't like get-togethers. Like, like a lot of people like
Yeah.
social things, and I'm not a very big, like, it's nice once in a while, but it's
Yeah.
okay. But I have found with a lot of people in the past, like they have these mundane, pointless kind of conversations, and I can't get into
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like but I'm like you. Like I am very alive when I get to converse with somebody, and there's
Yeah.
like this dialogue, and that to me is juicy and it's
Yeah.
stimulating,
Yes.
and I love the back and forth, and it feels back
Exactly.
and forth.
For
And I
sure.
find
Yeah.
with a lot of other people or having more people around, it's very mundane, kind of pointless kind of
Yeah, I mean, not
conversations, and I
everybody loves
can't.
to talk to people. Like that's the thing. It's like when Helen had those two questions, like what can you do that no one else can do, and what do you really love? Like she was saying, those are basically two ways of describing the same thing. Because that's the thing, our souls are not all the same. They are unique. And so like that's what she was saying. Like if you're good at something, it's not an accident. Like it's, like your soul has been refining certain skills and abilities over lifetimes, and we are drawn to certain energies where, I mean, obviously as the Numenon, we don't have attachments and aversions. We love everything exactly the same, but like as the expression, as a unique individual expression that's not separate, there's just a celebration of like this is what I like to create. This is what I'm drawn
Mm,
to. This is what's enjoyable for me. And so
yeah.
that's
I
been
think
sort
this
of
is going to be a helpful chat,
yeah,
whatever it is,
yeah,
this thing that you want to talk about, because I noticed
yes.
while you were talking to me about me that was very uncomfortable.
Oh, interesting.
My jaw
Yeah,
was so tight. It kept
interesting.
clamping right down, like really, really, like my teeth
And I've
hurt.
experienced
And when
that.
you
So
stopped talking about me, it
yeah,
loosened and I'm fine
yeah,
now. But as soon as you started telling me what you liked about me, I felt very uncomfortable,
yeah.
like,
And I
like
felt that.
really
So I
uncomfortable.
I understand that. It is because that program is running that's saying like this isn't okay, this is going to cause a problem, like whatever it is. It's like whatever that karmic pattern is, it's playing out. But that's so good to see it because it's like yeah, we got to learn to celebrate ourselves, man. It's like
Yeah.
That's definitely coming from the mind. That's not coming from the love that we are, you know? It's like that's a very old
It's like, why
pattern.
is this so uncomfortable right now? She's not really saying anything. I don't understand. But my jaw was like, the more you talk, the tighter it was getting. I thought my teeth were going to go right through my
Yeah.
gums.
I mean, I've noticed it too. I've noticed it even with you because that's the thing. You've always been generous with saying nice things to me, and I've noticed it like even a couple of it might have even been on Sunday. I think you liked my shirt, and
Mm.
I felt totally uncomfortable. I started babbling about something. I was just like, "What's going on?" And it's like it's that same thing. It's like, don't like there's just something that's saying like this
Don't
isn't.
look at me.
Yeah, that's it's
Don't
just
look at me.
yeah.
That's what
It's
it's saying. It
it's
just jumped into my head. Don't look at me.
and that's it. Yeah, there's something that's saying that's not safe. It's not. Um.
It's
It's
not
yeah.
safe to be seen.
Yeah, and that is basically that was one of the things that when I was asking
And
Shane what it had.
is it actually, now that I'm thinking about it, because you were talking to me about me, and I had all this serious contraction and uncomfortableness going on. And now you're talking about when I was making comments about your shirt and that you started deflecting,
Yes, that's the right
and
word. Yep.
changing the topic from you to something else.
Yep.
And now we're saying it's not safe to be seen. Um, well, maybe, just maybe, um, it's not it's not that it's not safe for you to see. It's not safe for me to see myself. You're
Ah,
not having the contraction about the conversation about me. I'm having the conversation
right.
in the
Yeah.
about me. I'm having the contraction about
Mm,
me. You're
yeah.
not, I am.
Yeah,
And when
yeah.
I'm talking to you about you, you're contracting about yourself.
Yeah.
So actually, it's not that it's not safe to be seen by other people. It's not safe to be seen by me what
Yeah.
other people are seeing.
Yeah. That's right. Because you can't help other people seeing you, but you don't, there's that karmic pattern is playing out, that program is playing out that's like you don't want to see this. That's
You
why
don't want to see you clearly.
That's that's why I wanted to bring it up with you because I could tell that when I was writing down my lit, that I noticed like the mind has been so much quieter in general. And like you were saying that like when it is saying anything, it's something different at this point. But like when I started writing down things that I was good at, like these things started surfacing that haven't surfaced for like a couple of years at this point. I've been doing so much work around self-criticism and I've really come to notice it and it's like doesn't surface in that same way anymore. Um, but I knew there was obviously some unconscious stuff still. I just wasn't sure how to work with the really unconscious stuff. But this is how. And but so what happened, I was like writing it down. Like I would write something down. Um, like I don't well, it doesn't matter, but but the voice that would come in and it would basically be like, yeah, but are you it was something like I really love people. I genuinely love people. I genuinely enjoy talking to people. And like I heard it like a voice in my head, that was just like, but do you really? Do you, like it was just so it was like I don't know how to put it into words, but it was just like it was this really old voice that I thought was long gone that used to be very obvious because it was telling me all the time like you're you're not a very good person. Like you're very selfish. You're this and that. And it was like, I was just so like taken aback by it. And so it was clear that I was onto something, that it was like,
Mhm.
I need to actually go deeper with this. But I could tell that it was so uncomfortable that I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do it on my own. So I wanted to talk to you about it because I was like, can we turn this into a group project
Mhm.
where we we
Yeah, we can do
we
that on
we
Wednesdays
learn to
and
see
Sundays if you want.
ourselves? Yeah,
That's not a
we just,
Helen practice. We can do that on a Wednesday and a Sunday. We don't even
yeah,
have to record that. We can
yeah.
record after.
Yeah, we can
Um,
actually totally, yeah, at any point when as we're working with shame like this, we can decide not to. That's another thing, by the way. There was a time that it was not that long ago when I had been having a rough week and we had just started recording these and you asked me how I was doing and it was one of those things where it was not what I planned to do, but almost immediately this emotion kind of spilled out and it was like not great and with again I didn't like plan to say this, but it was something like I hate that this is being recorded right now because the shame was
yeah,
feeling
I remember. Yeah,
prominent. And you immediately were totally reassuring. You were like, we will never have to share anything that you don't want to. It was exactly what I needed to hear. And you just
it's just
knew
me. I remember
what
that.
to
I said it
say.
was just me and you. I said, Ellie, it's just
Yeah,
me and you here. Even
yeah,
if the record button is on, it's just me and you, and we
yeah.
decide what gets shared together.
It was exactly the right thing to say. It's like the emotion was still there, but that particular intense emotion couldn't build because you just like said exactly what I needed to hear in that moment. It was very intuitive and I was just really grateful because I needed to I mean, this was when a lot of this stuff first started surfacing, and just again for that safe space to feel, because I've been feeling like that I don't want to be seen. It's been very prominent, and
Yeah.
I was feeling that a little bit at the time. I was like, do I even want to keep talking to Tanya if it's going to be recorded, Like, and so, yeah, it just made it like totally okay. And I just appreciated your compassion in that moment because it was, again, it's like, it's probably so much who you are that you don't think about it, but that's not how everybody would have responded. It wouldn't have occurred to everybody to see right away like what I was upset about and how to address it, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, I'm just grateful because I can tell that things like that have surfaced and are continuing to surface, um, yeah, I just like can't listen to what the mind is saying about it because um it keeps being so like so because the mind is basically always saying like you don't need to talk to anybody about this. It feels so much better just to withdraw
Yep,
and to like turn inward and whatever, and it just can't get away with that anymore because it's been so helpful to just show up however with you, and to it's every time you respond in a way that I don't regret it. And what has been experienced up to this point has been of often repeated sequence of being vulnerable with someone and then regretting it because
absolutely.
yeah, yeah, because it was not received well. So this is so if we're
That
gonna
stems right from being a young kid, actually.
yeah, very much so for me as well. And so if we're going to be looking at what's better, what's changed, what's different, what's working, this is working. Like it really is. Whatever the mind is, and it's totally okay. I
Well,
totally
clearly, this is the best I felt in like 2 weeks. Most definitely, the last two to
yeah,
3 days, I have
yeah.
been yesterday
You've been going
morning
through it.
to bedtime. I
Yeah.
did not, my eyes by the time I went to bed yesterday
I
were
know how that is.
so slit because they were
Swollen from
so
crying. Yeah.
swollen that it
Yeah.
was like it looked like somebody punched me.
Yeah.
And even though today I haven't cried, but today I've been a mess.
Yeah,
I've been a dead, agitated,
yeah,
frustrated, secluded, numb person.
yeah,
And I really, um, I don't know what's transpired here because this, I feel like myself.
yeah,
I feel like
yeah,
myself. It's the first time I felt light,
yeah.
less stressed,
Mm,
heard, seen.
mm,
I feel better. I actually, has anything changed? No. All of everything is still everything,
but to feel
but
better
I
is
feel
huge.
different. I
Yeah,
feel different. I feel
because it's
myself.
yeah, and that's always what feels better. And I mean, whatever seeming problems are showing up, it's always better to feel like ourselves and to feel okay. There's a sense that it's never going to be as bad as the mind is saying if I'm feeling better, because like ultimately when there's all these seeming like life seems to be completely falling apart and on top of that I feel absolutely horrible. Like what can you it just feels like too much, but like things can be falling apart, but there's that lighter energy, and suddenly it's like, well,
Yeah,
okay, I don't, maybe I'm not so sure what's going to happen then. And that's everything, just that opening, that little bit of an opening. Like at this point, I've seen that happen with myself enough to see like, yeah, it can feel absolutely rock bottom, but then a little bit of shift in energy like that can happen, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, I still don't know. It's like it reminds me of in the Transcending the Mind book, there's one of the examples um Helen gives the guy who's having money problems and is feeling like a total failure, and he goes to the ATM and there's less money than he expected. He can't even take any money out. And he's all of the same self-recriminations come and feeling terrible. And he goes and he sits in his car and something shifts. I can't remember what stage it's at, but something shifts and he suddenly realizes the thought he ends up having is I still don't know what I'm gonna do, but I know it's gonna be okay because he feels okay. And it's like,
yeah, and that's how I feel right now.
yeah,
I feel like, because I know it's late, I feel like before the call, I was really overwhelmed on all fronts. Of what? Just, I don't really even know. I just know my system felt very overwhelmed.
yeah,
And I was not looking forward to another day of being overwhelmed or even numb, because that's not a good feeling either, of just feeling like a lump on a log.
yeah,
And um, I was kind of dreading, like yesterday, I was dreading today, and today I'd be dreading tomorrow.
yeah,
Like I'm trudging through some sort of thick kind of mud, you know?
yeah,
And I don't feel like that at the moment. I feel light enough that it's okay to go to bed. And when I get up tomorrow, it's okay. Everything's
yeah,
going to be okay. Like, I don't know either. Nothing's changed. I don't know either, but right now I feel lighter. I feel
yeah,
happier. I feel myself. I feel like less overwhelmed,
yeah,
like there's space.
Yes.
and that I can get up tomorrow and whatever that's going to look like, it's going to be okay. How I don't know,
I,
but it will. And
yeah,
something
I'm
in me
feeling that
knows
too.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, it is, our systems can get totally overwhelmed, and that's when it feels the most impossible to reach out to someone or to talk to anybody. Um, but at this point, that's often the thing that can help shift the energy, I think. And I've experienced the same resistance where it's like, uh, yeah, I don't want to talk to anybody. What's that going to do? Like, I'm still going to feel bad. Like nobody can help me. And that all feels really, really true. But then something magical does happen where the energy does shift, and it's like, um, it does make it more and more clear that the what the mind is advising, it it actually doesn't know how to make us feel better. It thinks it does. It thinks it understands, but
matter of fact, this is the most concentration and focus I've had in like 2 or 3 weeks. Like
yeah,
when I say that, I really mean that. Like
yeah,
I can't even describe to you how bad it's been.
yeah,
And again, on some fronts, I also think that part of the cannabis was that too. That I
yeah,
um was that I thought it would help with that or something, and
yeah,
it didn't. It just exacerbated it. And
yeah,
um and even today, like earlier today, like trying to listen to the video 50,000 times and rewinding the same part like 20 times, and I still didn't get it the 20th time because I still didn't hear it. I don't know how, but um, right now, even during our call, I noticed at the beginning of the call, I was very antsy. I was
mm,
moving around a lot. Um, Things were moving around, even things you couldn't see. And that's what's been going on too, like this antsiness
mm,
kind of thing, which hasn't been helping. It's not helping the focus and stuff either. Um, and I noticed that shortly after we started talking, that settled itself right down,
mm,
and now I feel like more centered and grounded,
yeah,
and I'm focused, and my attention is here. It's not all over the place, and my body's
yeah,
not moving around every 2 seconds and feeling antsy. And like that, I can tell from our call too that it's whatever has been going on, it's not happening. And it hasn't been happening for a little while during the call, um,
yeah.
which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I've noticed that too. Like, when I'm in that space of feeling absolute despair, it's totally compelling. Like, it actually feels impossible to feel otherwise. Um, and then I've noticed that would happen, like, where it's like, okay, something has shifted and I'm not feeling that anymore. What was that? What's going on? Like, I think like we're at a point where when stuff is coming up, it can be so intense and so acute that it's really overwhelming to the system. But I think that's actually why it can be really, really helpful to be in a sangha like this, because um it can just allow the energy to shift, because to try to know what to do when the energy is so overwhelming like that and these really heavy energies are surfacing. I mean, it's sort of like I've started to think of it as like the bottom of the barrel. Like we've already cleared out some of the more conscious stuff and some of the more like in that it's not like any of that is a walk in the park, but then when this like really heavy stuff comes up, it's like I mean, yeah, it makes sense that we would look at the practices and it would just feel like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like it's too much. It feels like it's too much, you know? Um, but I've heard Helen say over and over again that like you really cannot predict when things will shift or when things will dissolve or when things will suddenly exponentially get some kind of clear seeing happens
Mm,
and 90% of it goes away all at once. Like you really just don't know. And it doesn't necessarily make it easier in the moment when you're in the thick of it and it feels
mm,
absolutely horrible. But every time something like this happens, this experience of looking around and being like, okay, I have felt absolutely horrible for weeks. And now I feel okay. Like everything's still pretty shitty, but I feel okay. It will never be for a few weeks again. It'll be for 2 weeks and then it'll be 1 week and then it'll be 2 days. You know what I mean? Like
mm,
it has to get better because like you're seeing this, like you, the real you, not through the filter of the mind, but like the awareness is seeing it and is like, um, yeah, it doesn't have to be that way. And it's not necessarily because you know what to do. Like it's not like it's not going to be a strategy like that. It's more of a deeper knowing of what the mind is doing isn't what's real. There's like less and less ability to believe in it.
mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
And more and more of a willingness to go straight to the emotion and just bypass what the mind is doing
Yeah.
altogether. So,
And I mean, I know today when I was having just sitting there, I was having these, when I was contemplating just dropping off the face of the internet earth,
yeah,
just
into hiding.
right. And I thought, and I thought to myself, where was I going with this? It was actually quite important. What were you talking about? It was related to that.
I was talking about it becomes less and less possible to believe in the mind, and there's more and more willingness to go straight to the emotion and
Yeah,
to
that's it.
bypass the mind
Yep,
completely.
that's what I
Yeah.
needed. That I noticed that before was I want to know the truth, right? I wanted to know the truth. Um, and that has shifted. Like now I'm noticing that what, and not really, never really came into the equation, not really like really full force like it is now, but now it's more like, it's not that I want to know the truth. I want to live as the truth. I want to
Yeah.
abide in the truth. It's
Yes.
more than I just want to know the truth. I want to abide in the truth. I want to live as that truth. It's
Yes.
more than just wanting to know it now. It's like
Sure.
it's what I mean, that's where it started, and now it's way
Yeah, for
deeper than that.
sure.
Now, and I did
Yeah.
notice that today when I was contemplating just dropping off. It's like, no, no, that's not the answer. It's not going to fix
Yeah.
anything. It's not going to help anything, and that's not the answer. Like, and I noticed when I was smoking the cannabis, right, that when I was talking to Elaine about it, um, I told her, I said that, I told her I don't want it because I want to feel everything.
Mm.
I said, this isn't the answer. And I went, I don't want to hide from myself. I
Mm.
want to feel
Wow.
how I'm feeling. I don't want to
Yeah.
numb it out. I want it to come up and I want to feel it. I want to
That's
feel it no matter how it feels. I want to feel it.
yeah.
And so those two things are very similar. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That, I didn't want the cannabis because I actually didn't want to numb anything. I wanted to feel everything that I was feeling, and that was hindering that process. It was
Yeah.
exacerbating other stuff, and it was hiding the things I actually wanted to get to in a
Mm,
way, right? And it was
yeah.
like, this isn't the answer because I don't want to medicate what's going on. I actually do want to feel this fully,
Yeah.
no matter how horrible that may be. That is the case now. I would rather feel it in its totality than run from it. I want to
Yes.
run towards it, not away from it.
Yeah.
And this is the same. This is the same as that. I don't just want to know the truth. I want to live as the truth. I want to abide as the truth,
Yeah,
which is very different than just
it
wanting
is.
to know it.
It is different because I hadn't thought about it, but now that I think about it, I think that used to be the case for me as well. I used to have a sense of like I want to know the truth. I think when I felt like a seeker and I was like reading a lot of books and watching a lot of stuff on YouTube and everything, there was a sense of like, yeah, yeah, there was really a sense of like uncovering this truth, you know. And something really has shifted where uh
What shifted is now we know the truth,
yeah, that is
and
what
now we
that,
want to live as that.
yes,
That's what
right.
shifted.
That's,
Now we know the truth. We're not
you know the
seeking
truth.
anymore. We've
Yeah,
seen
that's
it and we've
right.
seen it and we've seen it and we've seen it
Yeah,
and we know it. And now we want to live as that. We don't
yeah,
want to just know it anymore. We want to live and abide as the truth.
yeah. And we know
We
that
want to be the expression of that truth.
yeah, and the only thing stopping that from happening are just uh habits of the mind, tendency of energy, and
Knee jerk
um
reactions to old
yeah,
patterns of like
it's
self
just
isolation, dropping off the
yes, right.
face of the earth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nobody can help me.
Yeah. And
Right?
it's just a matter of time for that to shift because we do have the tools for that. We do know who we are. We know what we are. And for the energy to shift and for the habits to dissolve, it is just a matter of time. And that willingness that you were talking about to feel, I know that for me, like, I'm pretty sure that that was what kind of dragged things out for me for several years was um, my heavy cannabis use. And it, in recent months, there's been a sense of like, uh, yeah, it's crossed my mind at times of like, and there's always been that sense of like it does feel like I'm on the right track here with just really being with what is, like just really feeling whatever needs to be felt. And
Mm.
um
Maybe that's why the scrolling and TV and the music and the cannabis just isn't cutting it anymore.
yeah, right. Yeah, because
Because I haven't been able to do those things.
yeah,
It's more agitating. Like I told you earlier, I'll
yeah,
turn these things on because I need something to do. I can't just sit there like a lump on a log, not doing anything, just sit there in the quietness of the house. Like, what kind of retardedness is that? You know what I mean? Like, um,
well, I
and
think what
these would have been my go-to. And
right.
lately, in the past week, and definitely the last few days, that has really no, that's a no. Like the moment I start to try and do anything, it's like it's agitating. I don't want to do that. I'd rather sit on the couch in the emptiness of the room and be numb.
Mm,
But at least I'm being numb.
yeah, yeah,
So
well,
maybe
yeah,
that's it. Maybe that's why these things aren't working anymore. Maybe it's because we've seen it and we know it, and now we want to live in it and abide in that and be the expression of that truth. And maybe
yeah,
that's why these normal things that were working for us before as distractions or as whatever aren't cutting it
yeah.
anymore. I'd rather sit on the couch and be dull and feel that than watch a movie. and be
Yeah.
zoned out.
Well, I think we're on the right track with, at least for now, checking in with each other and with these, yeah, with the, I think with the contemplation, the statement process, I think that's spot on in terms of just being able to, because I know the contemplation questions are really powerful for, for I remember the one of the first videos I ever saw of Helen on YouTube, she was talking about contemplation. She used the expression it destroys the seeds of the karmic pattern. And I was just like, I want to do that. And I didn't even know what I was I didn't even uh I mean, when I think about how much has changed since then, it's kind of remarkable because, like, yeah, I didn't even really understand what that meant, but I knew that I was suffering and I didn't want to suffer anymore. And I knew that I'd had that sense of just kind of going around in circles. And so it's like, yeah, you have to be able to get to the root. That's the only way. So, to be able to ask a question instead of believe a thought is everything. You go from being contracted to being just open and be like, well, I really want to know, is this true? Is it really true that I don't have anything to offer? Is it really true that, um, is it really true that I don't deserve to be happy? That's also at the root of shame. That's a good one. Or is it really true I don't deserve to feel good? Is it really true that I have to suffer in order to get what I want? Whatever ends up working, all of those are questions that are getting at the root of shame, and the more we see it and feel it, the less it's going to have to be keep just playing out like a bad a bad movie. Uh, oh, are you coming back? Okay, I guess I'm gonna go. It's getting late, and I don't know why her battery might have gone dead or something. All right, I'm gonna go.